Hey, everybody. How's everybody been? Welcome on back. I'm getting it ready. I'm scrubbing up, brushing my teeth, getting me some damn coffee, because everybody needs some coffee. Eat you a good breakfast, because this thing's about to hit. Hey, how
That's so
are we
cute.
doing? You like it? I just made it like 30 minutes ago. I got a new outro too. So, yeah, I
I
got sick
guess
of
I'll have to
everybody
wait
calling
for
me Uncle
that.
Buck.
Not close.
And it was a bunch of autocorrects most of the time, but it was infuriating me. I don't want to be associated with a big, sloppy, misogynist pig. I mean, really, it's not my gig.
I don't even know that is. I mean, I'm certain it's a character John Candy played.
Yes, yes,
But I
it
have my
was.
doubts. Like, does Bobcat Goldthwait really talk like that all the time, 24/7? Really?
No, he doesn't. He doesn't.
I don't think so.
No. They've actually done interviews with him where he talked normal.
Right.
Like, but it was a long time ago. But
I'm pretty sure that Robin Williams was always on,
oh
like
yeah, well, he
always.
was just himself.
Yeah,
He was
that's
crazy
just
and depressed, like every other comedian out there. Well, at least three-quarters of them, I think. It's
seems
pretty,
that way.
yeah, it's pretty common for them to OD or something, take their life somehow. So
I think it's
sad as it
hard to be
is.
a stupid comedian because when you're writing your own material, and if you're an actor, it could be different. You could be a stupid actor because you're not
Right,
writing your own stuff. But you
right.
can't be a successful stupid comedian, which means they're probably brilliant. I mean, look at the mind of George Carlin or Robin Williams or
Oh my
any of several
goodness,
other. Oh wow, I mean, really brilliant.
brilliant.
But the problem with smart people is they have a tendency to concentrate really hard and really center themselves on one thing at a time and then think the hell out of it.
No, we don't ever do that.
No, no, and then obsess on it to the point that in like a reductionistic method, just breaks it down to the smallest possible parts and looks at each part of it and analyzes each part and then comes up with an idea of how to look at that. But they'll
Right.
do that. They'll do that with things that are really depressing.
Yes. Yes, they do.
And and I think in a Darwinistic model, not Darwinism because that's disproven, but in a Darwinistic model, um, it makes sense that it's hard to stay alive.
hmm
So what we're not worried about being alive, we're worried about being not alive.
hmm
Okay, so we're worried because lots of stuff can kill you real easy.
Oh yeah.
So there's this constant fight for maintenance to stay alive, which means you have to concentrate on the negative,
Yep.
or you're dead. So that's what we do, and then we overemphasize that, giving
hmm
it more value than it should actually have, because
Yep.
it can be deadly, and then we get depressed because we think about it a lot. That's my theory. I'm sticking to it.
That sounds accurate to me. Because
Yeah, I mean it
the
makes
the
sense.
key to it is to realize what you can't control
Mm,
and do your best and accept it for what it is.
sure.
That's the hard part. That's the hard part, I think. So, what the Beck is on your mind?
Well, there's always stuff on my mind. First of all, it's
I
it's
know.
cloudy and foggy and weird and stupid. As you know, I've been
Okay.
sick,
Yeah.
and so this is the worst iteration of me right now.
It's okay.
This is it. This is as bad as it gets because I'm all foggy and weird and disconnected.
Yeah, I could tell when you and Math Pig were streaming that you were kind of having to like pause and think because you seemed a
Yeah,
little jumbled. Yeah.
yeah.
Well, welcome to the vid.
Right. Thanks for the vid. Uh, well, no, not you. Actually,
Oh yeah,
I
what
think it
me?
was. I think Colin Cat's family actually. So that I got sick right after I'd left.
Yeah.
And let's face it, young humans are just germ factories. They
Oh
are. They're just
yeah. Oh, they
It's a
touch
big,
everything. Their butts, they just touch everything. They don't
just
care.
they're a big petri dish. That's what they are. They're intelligent petri dishes. Just they might as well be made of
Dish.
Campbell's tomato soup. They might as well just
For a
be.
petri dish, they're really intelligent, but that's what they are.
You know,
I
not
hear you.
I was exempt. I was a big germ spreader too when I was a baby, I'm sure.
Oh yeah. No, we all were. We all were. Well, we grew up on a farm. We went out and played in the dirt and shit when we were kids. So we
I
literally
mean,
ate
when I
some of
was
that.
like I was really small in Virginia Beach,
Yeah.
and I was already in school and stuff like that. And yeah, I remember, sick kids and being sick all the time. And I remember that a little bit,
Yep.
not much.
I remember coming home from school and check, Mom, somebody had lice. No, you don't have any. Thank God.
Yeah.
Uh, 2 weeks. Well, good. Okay. Well, good luck, Commander. Nice to see you in here. Hi, Perps. I didn't see you pop in either.
Oh, peace and respect to you both.
So I thought I'd use this opportunity with you to
Yes.
discuss some stuff that that people are confused about.
Okay.
And maybe we can go over it, and maybe I can help interpret some of it since I know your reading frame, and maybe I can dumb it down or make it sound more feasible to them. Because I know the hardest part about listening to you and your reading frame is forgetting everything else you knew.
That's exactly what I was going to say. That's the hard part.
It is the hardest part. And I tell people that, hey, I want to talk to your brother. Well, you're going to have to forget everything you knew to understand him. Well, what do you mean? Yeah. Because he doesn't say what the Christian indoctrination says. It's different. Right. So you have to leave that behind and act like you don't know anything.
Right. You have to start from scratch.
Literally, don't think of that shit when he's talking about it. And that's what I.
Well, I have to defend them that the stuff that's really repetitive and the overarching theme that's really big, like the story of Jesus. I don't differ on the story of Jesus.
Yeah,
I don't. It's the same story because it's just huge and evident and undeniable in the story. So,
but
when it comes to like what is
Jesus
God,
yet.
that I believe the Bible demands that Jesus hasn't happened on this earth,
right.
And that Jesus is a job, not a person. Yeah,
yes.
Things like that. So yeah, it's evidently and obviously the biggest problem I have talking to people is they will continuously assume some standard, and it's to be fair, and I'm not picking on people who are non-religious, but what happens is, through their life, they meet a Baptist and a Catholic and a Protestant and a Calvinist and a this and a that and the other and a Jehovah's Witness. And they have this conglomeration. And it's just like all these chunks, like concrete, all glued together. And that's what they think the Bible reads. And that's what they think the Bible now. They're no, not their brain is a rock. No, but the concept is like concrete. It's this multiplicity all glued together in no organized way whatsoever.
Right.
Whereas I see it more like it's more like a Rubik's cube than it is a chunk of concrete. But so yeah, that's not their fault. That was forced onto them.
Yeah, just like everybody else. Yeah, absolutely.
Right.
Absolutely.
But one of the smartest people that I know of that have these conversations is Pine Creek. And I think most people would say that Pine Creek is well learned in the Bible.
Yeah.
That he is intelligent. Mm-hmm. That he definitely has an agenda, but he's trying to be fair about it.
Right.
And once it took about 15 minutes for him to glom on that I wasn't talking about Christianity, but I was talking about the text, and he started addressing it that way. And we had a really good second half of the conversation. So much so that he was able to extrapolate forward in what these ideas would mean and what they should indicate, and was able to make accurate statements based on those ideas concerning the text.
Right.
So, and I owe that to his honesty and his intellect. He wouldn't have been able to do it otherwise, because too often I run into someone who does exactly what you said. They keep forcing this concretized false Christianity that doesn't exist in any church onto me as if that's what I believe.
Right. Right. And, you know, I mean, yeah, like you said, I don't blame anybody either. It is difficult.
No.
Oh, God, you and I talked for a few years before I went, oh, my God, I get it now.
Yeah.
You know, and I remember that day we were standing on the porch of the casita and it fucking hit me like a ton of bricks. And it was like, oh, the light came out. And I understood.
And not to blow smoke up your butt, but you're not exactly dim, you know?
No, and I'm hard-headed and I'm opinionated and biased, but,
which
you know.
is fine. Yeah. But, you know, if I like compared your scores on a national stay-nine against other students in the United States in your same grade in that same decade, you scored very well. You know?
Okay.
So
sure.
That's what that test does, is it says, you know, how are you compared to others in your peer group? And I know that you scored well. So I can't say something like you're slow. You're obviously not.
Although the Army thought I was. The Army thought I was, because I took that damn test and I just filled it in like drawing pictures and I passed.
Yeah, well, that just
I couldn't get any high intellectual position, but I passed.
Let's see, outline of a puppy face.
Well, no, I did a Christmas tree in Abraham Lincoln.
Christmas tree in Abraham Lincoln.
That works on the ASVAB. Well, at least in 1988 it worked.
Yeah.
Got me a score of 38.
Right?
I wasn't even trying. And they were like, oh, you're a little stupid, but we can put you in.
Yeah, but that's all just
we'll put you behind a desk and let you answer a phone or something.
Because you didn't really care. That's why.
No. I went after the McDonald's. Are you kidding? Get out of school for the whole day and they're going to feed you fast food that we never get? I was going.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Did the recruiters do that?
Mm-hmm.
Mine didn't.
They did back then. They brought a couple buses to the high school and asked who wants to go and who wants to try it, blah, blah, blah. And we all just jumped on a bus and they took us to the armory and they had tables all through the fucking gym. And when we got done with it, they took us to McDonald's and we all sat there and fucking ate shit food. And then they brought us back about 2 p.m., 2:30. Yeah. It was right before school ended. Yeah, it was perfect. I had the whole day.
We had it in the high school.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
We had no special treatment except for... Anyway.
Okay. But you're talking about Doddridge County where, you know, it's so far out there. They're trying to, you know, here, I'll give you fast food if you come be in the Army. Like they're trying to bribe you somehow. Anyways, that's not the subject. Moving on.
Yeah. Okay. So let's get into some really definitive points. And I know the best way to start that conversation is by me making an assertion about what I believe the text is saying.
Right.
That's the easiest way I know. That way the other person doesn't have to come up with something, and they're not a fan anyway. You don't have to be a fan of the Bible, you know. And in fact, I don't think anyone needs to have memorized the Bible to speak about it intelligently. I don't think that a person needs to be a great theologian either. Right. I think what you need is logic in the moment. What does and doesn't make sense according to what we do know right now and what works in reality. And I think that's all you need, actually.
Yeah, and you know, that's honestly, that's why as you know, but I'll say it for the audience or whoever's listening. That's one of the reasons I enjoy your reading frame, because first of all, it's totally different. And where the changes are made compared to the Christian reading frame, it actually makes sense in reality. Like it makes sense that science could do this or that might happen. You know, it's not miracles and bullshit, you know, and that's why I appreciate about you take the theism and you mix it with the science, and it, you know, you're not anti-science, which is I'm not
anti-reality. But I don't think the text is anti-reality. And I recently learned that there was a group of ancient Orthodox Christians, which essentially today you'd have to say they're Messianic Jews, because they were essentially Jews, right? Except they accepted Jesus as a prophet. All right. Right. And now that doesn't mean they accepted that he was born without people having sex, or that he had all the knowledge of God from his inception, which I guess would happen sometime in the womb, or so. I don't even know what to do with that idea, and that he didn't have to learn things along the way, and there was no growth, and that he was absolutely perfect in the way that law wants him to be perfect according to the Jewish law, and these kinds of ideas. And that I adhere with much of what those original Christians thought about it. And also, I also found out I'm a semi-Arianist. That they call it aseity, which is like the essence of perfection of God itself. And that the Son is not perfect in that way. In fact, the stories don't claim that. And I see pieces. My point is, I see pieces. I don't want to bore people too much with the details, but I see pieces and parts of this reading that I've adopted in several really ancient styles of Christianity and Judaism, and the more traditional stuff. So people will say something like, "You're inventing your own religion." No, I'm really not, actually. And I didn't study those religions and the way they looked at things. It's just what the text reads. So it's like getting rid of "my daddy is bigger than yours," and just going with what the text says.
And that's what amazes me. And the guy that Oz and I were talking to last night is a prime example.
What was it he'd said?
I read this much of the Bible. I only have maybe 40% of knowledge, or 20%. He's like, yeah, but I'm trying to read. And I said, it's okay. No Christians read the whole Bible. Only atheists do.
Yeah, that's pretty true.
Unless you're like in seminary or something.
Serious
Unless
scholars.
You're a minister, a preacher, something like that. But even those people, what I noticed, like being in the Catholic Church, was you heard the same shit over and over again.
Yes, you did.
It just took them a couple months to wrap back around.
Yep. They had about 30 favorite
talking. Yes.
They're same 37. I'd say somewhere between 20, and each preacher has something between 20 and 30 favorite parts that they're going to preach on. They spent time writing a preaching on it. And it's mostly scripted. Every time they do that same preaching, it's scripted, and they're going to ad lib a little bit. And that's it. That's the whole thing. That's all you're ever going to hear.
Yeah. Yeah, and I said that like slightly in sarcasm, but it wasn't really jest. I said, it's okay. No Christian, 90% of Christians haven't read the Bible. And Oz was like, yeah. I'm like, it's okay.
I'll tell you one.
But he came in with all these, I'm going to prove to you, I'm going to tell you that God, and he spent his whole time fumbling around through pages and trying to find stuff and all right, Gur, no dumpster fires.
Good to see both of you. Sorry, go on.
He only does that on his own channel.
Yeah,
that's true.
But anyway, so he was really struggling to find stuff, and Oz and I are saying the same thing over and over. He just could not wrap his head around how the Bible in his reading frame was condoning slavery. He could not. He's like, no, but it's rules. Yeah, but by giving you rules, it doesn't say don't beat your slave.
The rules. It gives you rules.
If they lose an eye, or if you kill them, you will be punished. Not don't beat them. And I said, why do you think that most of the slaves were whipped on their back?
Because there's a good chance of survival.
And stopped at the last second before they died and hoped they lived. That's why.
Well, I guess the obvious part is, if you wanted there to be no slavery, you would simply say you can perform no slavery. That would be the end of the story. You wouldn't have rules on how to conduct something that you say those people can't do.
Exactly. And that's and he just could not. It just kept bouncing off his head. 10 times. Like I swear to God, Oz and I said it 8 or 10 times. Well, Jenna watched most of it. She'd know. Yeah, we over and over again. But it's condoning slavery. No. It is. The way
here's the problem with it. Yes, the way they're reading it is. Here's the problem. Christians, because of their tradition, will ignore what is obvious in the Bible, which means they put their preacher above the Bible. That is, their church is more important than the text it's supposed to be based on. Now that's a wrong. You're already wrong, right? So here's what they ignore in the biblical slavery laws. Now, first of all, I will not say those laws do not exist. They do. And I will not say they're not talking about slavery. They are.
Yeah.
But let's talk about the meanings of the three root words that are in the slavery laws.
Okay.
The word father, as in father of the slave, right?
Right.
The word slave itself, and the word master, slave master. Okay.
Right.
And this just changes the entire conversation into something that anyone can morally agree with. And this is all you have to do is look up the word father right there and look up the word master right there. You're going to find that father is Abba, the chief father. Now, there's only one called the Father in the Bible.
That would be God.
That's the Father who represents God. That's the Father. Right. And that's what that word actually, it doesn't have to mean, but it can mean. The clincher is the word master, which is directly translated into the sovereign. That word master means the sovereign. Now, there's nothing sovereign about being a slaveholder. No. But there is something in the text called the sovereign. And he is called master as well several other times.
Daddy.
Yeah.
That was not one of the words he used.
Slightly different kind of slavery there. But
that's called consented.
That's consent slavery. No, but this is talking about consented slavery as well, because the conversation is, does the slave, which means worshiper,
right?
Look it up. I'm not kidding you. It means volunteer worshiper.
Really?
Yes. Does the volunteer
This is why I love you. You actually look shit up.
I mean, all you have to do is ignore Christianity and look at what's in there. That's all you have to do.
I agree with that 100%.
I mean, I agree with
I love ignoring Christianity.
Ignoring things that don't make sense in reality. I'm absolutely fine with that. Yeah, your camera did that thing. So in the conversation, and this makes the laws make sense. Like, how can someone who is a slave, right, not an indentured servant, a slave, how can that person in the 7th year return to the father? That doesn't, what? Slaves just get to leave?
Oh, okay.
What the hell? Slaves just get to leave and go back to their dad? Yes. Yes, that's right. Or if they take a wife and have kids under this new paradigm, under the master, right, they can swear allegiance by piercing their ear, which is, that's a social thing. But it's swearing allegiance. And they swear allegiance to the door frame of the house of the master.
Right.
That's saying, I choose this heaven instead of this heaven. Because this guy gave me a wife and kids, and I wasn't really saved by the Old Testament.
Right.
That's it. That's why homeborn slaves.
That's why I'm saying about your reading frame. That makes much more sense than God saying, let's beat people, it's okay. I just don't believe that. That wouldn't make sense. I mean, not that I believe in God, but if I believe there was a God, that wouldn't make any sense.
Look, Stephen King can keep better track of a story. Him and his editors can do better than this.
He just does it in his head, honestly. He has files in his head of stories. Yeah,
I've heard
brilliant.
that.
But anyways.
But I'd like a God to be smarter than Stephen King. That's all I'm saying. I mean, Stephen King's impressive, but I need a little bit more than that. Okay, so it makes sense that the homeborn or religious, right, that they have a separate set of rules. That's because they believe in the Old Testament.
Okay.
Right? They don't fall under the master. They fall under the father. Right?
Right.
But if there's all these qualifiers like that make perfect sense. But if they get convinced of the truth because they had bad ideas about the Old Testament, then the new Jesus is the one who saved them. They fall under the master.
Okay.
Okay, so what about the rod and the beating and the eye for an eye and the killing them and all that stuff? Okay, it's really the only thing that needs left discussed. If you are so bad at preaching that in explanation of these things you turn people away, like let's say that I pulled the rug out from underneath of a Christian, I provided no safety net, I didn't simultaneously create a narrative that is plausible in reality, and I just yank religion out from underneath their feet and I just destroy their life. I have sentenced them to hell. I have killed them.
Yeah.
That's wrong.
Yes, absolutely.
Now beat them to within an inch of their life? That is mentally, not physically. Bring them to a point of understanding, and yes, that's going to hurt them. It's going to hurt them bad. It absolutely will. In fact, I did a simple syllogism back in 2013 with this very nice Baptist lady who was about 70 years old. And I heard her. I really did. I just pointed out some things that were true in the Bible that she already believed. And then I came up with the logical conclusion to those. I'm pretty sure it was the Sabbath syllogism.
Okay.
And she literally was looking at me and she froze and then she started doing this. And she did it for 3 minutes, dude. Like her brain was going, yes, no, yes, no, yes, no, yes, no, yes, no. And she couldn't stop. And I got really scared. And then finally she went back to frozen. And then about 10 seconds after that, she goes, I'm sorry, dear. What was that you were saying? I said, I don't know. I can't remember.
She couldn't even absorb. She just couldn't absorb it.
Let's just
it was fucking her up to absorb it. So what do you say about what Purple says here with too bad they never mentioned that the women having any options?
What do you mean?
In the slavery part. It basically says that the woman has to follow the man, and if such and such, the slave owner gets to keep whatever slaves.
Okay. Well, first of all, if you were a prophet and you recruited someone who was an atheist, that is, they're not homeborn, but they become your slave. They're a foreign slave
or believer,
okay?
Right?
Then you're definitely the one who explained the stuff to them, and they belong to your heaven.
Okay.
Now they could still reject heaven, but I don't know why they would explain that you would explain it and them accept it and then become a slave worshiper, and then they don't go. That wouldn't make sense.
Right.
And yes, they become a permanent inheritance because people don't die of old age in heaven. Which is why it reads permanent inheritance. Okay, right. So they're given their own private, call it a mansion, call it a house, I don't really care. They're given their own job assignment, they're given their own domicile within that heaven. They're not taken to marriage, but that doesn't mean they don't have kids. They do have to multiply and fill the promised land. Okay, so they start having babies. You think they're leaving after that?
No.
now they got a family there.
Right. Yeah.
Well, you're kind of locked in after that. And why would you leave if it's all conducive? If you like it, why would you want to leave? I mean, if it's a good situation, why would you want to leave? But I don't think that necessarily really addressed what Purple said there. But I do need something a little bit more specific as to what they're saying. If you're talking about virgins, that means those unaffected. An idea like that, like pure. That's like saying the person was an agnostic. They weren't on this side of it. They weren't on that side of it. They were, they're just a practical person with no experience. Yeah. Say they're from London or something, where people just don't really care about religion.
Right.
And they literally just, it's not part of life. And until end times, they really didn't even have to think about it. And then they're freaked out by heaven. They go, no, I think I'm just going to hang around and see what happens. Well, that puts them in a position where they're a foreigner who is a virgin who can be enslaved, but may not be. Okay. Well, then the rest of the rules on that totally follow too.
Okay.
If they become your slave, they're your slave forever. Blah 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 blah. They're yours, and yes, they are a living sexual being who's able of reproduction, and they belong to you. That doesn't mean you reproduce with them, but it does mean they will reproduce.
Right. So Purple says, when you were saying about the master giving the slave a wife, no indication the woman was ever asked if she wanted to be married to that guy.
Okay, so there's the whole argument of absence of evidence isn't evidence of absence and all that. And we could get into all that, and it's complicated. Let's keep it really simple. Let's say something like Jesus happens in end times. He meets an agnostic. They've never been married. They're a virgin.
Okay.
Okay. Which is the whole idea of being, true to a wedlock contract, which refers to a contract with God, not a contract with other people. Okay.
Right.
And they're in your heaven. And two of these, one's a foreign slave. This one, she's a foreign virgin. The foreigner, which means he was probably an atheist in that case. Which these are examples. It's not full. It's not all there.
Right.
It's way too brief to cover everything. And that means by necessity, I'm going to extrapolate on it, but I think I can show why the extrapolation logically follows. That let's say a handsome atheist dude meets was atheist, meets was agnostic. They think each other are hot.
Yeah.
If the agnostic leaned toward Old Testament, but the atheist leaned toward nothing, well, it gets pretty darn defined. But I don't think it's sexist. It's just situational.
Okay.
That it's not that she doesn't have a choice. In fact, there is a law where in the year of Jubilee, a foreign-born female slave who was a virgin can go back to her father. That does exist in the text.
Yeah.
So let's look at all of it and say, okay, well, what does all of it say? Well, all of it doesn't cover every possible situation. That would be Jesus's to decide at the time, and for those 3, 4, 20 people to figure out at the time what they want to do. But they're all going to heaven, because without going to heaven, there is no conversation, Father, Master.
Right.
So they're all ascending. Now let's figure out which one you want to go to, and it covers enough, although it's not exhaustive.
You'd have the begats again, 3 pages of shit. So let me just explain for the audience, just so make sure you guys out there understand. Not only does Richard believe that the Bible is prophetic, in other words, none of it has happened yet. It's all about end times. But he also believes it's written for our Jesus, who's walking the earth and doesn't know he's our Jesus yet. So this is not telling Mormons or Muslims or whatever, they're going to go to heaven and have 40 fucking virgins. That's not what it's saying.
No.
It's not even for common folk. It's written for, which also makes me wonder why they tried to not let it out and keep it under wraps for so long. And people died over it.
Which
that
church?
Makes me. Oh no, I'm just talking about back in the day when people were writing it in the Matthew's Bible. The guy got killed because he was trying.
That's governmental control of people. Governments will use anything to control people.
Well, yeah, of course. Well, that's what I think they were trying to do with the Bible to begin with. Was they were trying?
No, they definitely did.
Well, one, I feel like they were trying to get people to quit freaking out over superstitious bullshit because they were so uneducated. And at the same time, kind of keep them happier with hope, so they keep doing their fucking job.
Yeah, I think something
but that
like that
started back when we didn't have millions of fucking people everywhere to do shit.
No.
Villages were tiny, had 10, 20 people in them, and everybody had to do everything. And you don't need people running around freaking out because they saw a black cat cross their path. It's unproductive.
Right.
So that part I get. What it turned into, I'm not okay with.
I'm not okay with what a lot of people do.
Yeah. Oh, well, yeah, of course. So anyways, I hope that also helps you guys, that Richard's reframing this. It is prophetic, and it is written for Jesus, not for us. And so it's basically what Richard believes is that the previous Jesus left this Jesus a guide.
Yeah,
so
that's
he
pretty
knows what
much
the
it.
fuck he's doing. So it's not. We're not all.
Which, by the way, would speak to flawed prayer.
Right.
Because if it was just like the Matrix, and you just plug it in and download, you would just do that. If it was that easy, you just do it. If prayer was that easy, you just do that. You wouldn't even need a book.
Right.
Right. So.
Yeah. Purple said where the Bible said Mary was a virgin, the Hebrew word was more like young maiden, just that she was unmarried, not necessarily that she had never had sex.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
That's absolutely correct. And I'd like to complete that idea by saying in Hebrew tradition, you would never give a younger child a bigger blessing than the older child, of equivalent sex.
Yeah.
Okay. The males had preference. Yes, that's sexist, but we're talking about the Hebrew culture. We're not talking about the text. And historically, you would never give the younger son the larger blessing. Every time it happens in the Bible, the dying grandpa, the dying dad cross their arms and gives the younger one the greater blessing. Now, I don't think that's an accident, because that is so wrong in Hebrew culture, it's unspeakable. You just don't do that. But every time in the story, that does happen. So what it's saying is not only is Mary not a virgin, but Jesus is not the first. He's not the oldest kid. How you like them apples?
Yeah, good point. Yeah.
He's not even the oldest kid, but how could he arrive as a thief in the night if he showed up and he was just like, I don't know, obviously Arabic and glowing with light coming out of his eyes, and he's just the perfect child. He never messes up, and he just like speaks wisdom from the time he's 3, and ancient theologians are all dismissed and destroyed by a 3-year-old. Come on, everybody would know that was Jesus.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay,
but also,
like nobody would go, what's going on here?
But you also, I believe, had told me at one point that the Jesus or a Jesus or whatever was raised like a normal child.
Well, you wouldn't. Okay, it's the same reason you don't
because
like Trump.
They didn't know at first they were Jesus, right?
It's the same reason you don't like Trump. Too damn privileged, got nothing to do with you, doesn't understand you, can't be empathetic, and is not your leader. Is not. Does no idea who you are.
Right.
Which is why we have such a horrible system here in the United States of electing, is because you have to be like from a rich family that's privileged and not understand to get into the offices. And maybe Obama was somewhat of an exception, and there's been a few exceptions. Abe Lincoln was a poor man.
Right.
Okay. So, but on the average, you couldn't call a king righteous who didn't understand you. He wouldn't be righteous if he does. He wouldn't be the perfect king. So instead, what's done, and evidently done, is he's born poor, like born in a manger, like a crap place. It's not exactly your fanciest hospital, and grows up. He's not the leader of his family. He's not the oldest kid. He's missing for 30 years. It says that he's his testicles are intact. His back isn't hunched. His nose isn't crooked. It says stuff like that. And what that's overall saying is average dude, not remarkable.
In good shape.
In good shape. What do you think he was doing? He was bumping uglies, guys. Come on, grow up.
Yeah. He got testosterone in a penis or a vagina and estrogen. You're going to be bumping uglies.
Do you need to say more?
No, it's because the bottom line is he's still human. He started out human, and he's just going to advance. And no,
it just makes sense.
Not how to run the planet, Purple. how to deal with end times. Is that correct?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Like the 603 Torah law are how to run an army of ignorant young virgins. That's what that
Okay.
is. Like, don't even risk it. Just don't touch that. That's a good rule of thumb for a soldier.
Yeah.
You got doubts about it? Just don't touch that dang thing.
Yeah, well, that's what I do. I don't touch a snake. I don't know if it's poisonous or not.
Right.
The evangelical false prophets that prophesy things that never come to pass. They're now talking about how Jesus was absolutely rich and had a lot of money. Cat, Kerr, and Robin Bullocks.
Yeah, well, they're full of cat hair, and they speak with bullocks in their brains.
Yeah.
They're cow-headed. Meow.
Meow. Where were you guys when I needed
Was
that?
it me, or did Shane grow? Did Shane grow a beard, or was that my? I just saw him for a minute.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
He's all he's all hairy. Yeah, he's beardy.
Okay, well, thanks for stopping denying your puberty. It really did happen. Good on you.
Hey, Kyle, how you doing, brother? 613 commandments in the first 5 books of Moses.
Right. So, I think the 10 commandments are different and special and set aside. And yes, there's 2 editions of it. And yes, they differ. And I think we could talk about that if you want. But I think the overview is the 10 are set apart for a good reason. That's how things are in heaven.
Okay.
That's how we obviously don't do it now. Yeah, we don't do that. Okay. And then the 603 laws are for running an army, because Jesus becomes a commander over the 144,000. They follow the Lamb wherever he should go. That is, during the time of his testimony, he has a strong, well-trained 5 months of training with the best of technology and weapons. I don't even know what that means, what they would have, but their right hand is strengthened as a protectionary, a non-violent protectionary force. Well, let's say Beck, you were walking around and you're trying to spread the idea of humanitarianism, and and you're aware there's large groups of people who are against that, and you are at such a point of popularity within this effort that you needed bodyguards.
Okay.
Well, if you had 12,000 bodyguards walking around with you at all times, you see my point.
God damn, I thought Trump overdid it.
Yeah, this is really making sure that the guys who are talking this stuff are okay. That's what it's doing.
Right.
Yeah. Like they got a herd of humans walking around with them.
Bathpig said, I see bearded and beautiful coming in soon to wreck the room like a bull in a vase shop. But you ain't got to worry about it because I'm a bull in a china shop. I got you.
Right on.
I drop and knock over everything. That's why I don't walk into antique stores that have close aisles. I will break something. I know I will.
Actually, for the rest of you who don't know, that's not actually a joke. If there's not a bruise on Beck's shin, no one can figure out why.
Yeah. Mom used to call me her giraffe because I was all elbows and knees, and those elbows and knees hit everything. And it's been like that my entire life. I have no torso. I'm all legs and arms. It's true. Shaved boar in a base shop, Reggie. Well, I don't know. Partially shaved. He's got some scruff on his chin.
Okay, so
anyways, yeah, carry on.
All right, so if you were to try to perform the Torah law, it could be done, but each person actually adherent, and this is an approximation, we can argue the number, but I think you'll see the point, would need like 15 or 30 people doing everything for them constantly. Now that's a problem, which is why the Jews are always like, okay, how do we avoid work on Saturday? Right?
Right.
In fact, if you can come up with a machine that can be set 24 hours in advance to perform a task, Jews will buy it. Even today. I'm not kidding you at all. They will buy it. I mean, 24 hours from now, it will beat an egg. And you just have to set it up the day before.
Yeah.
Yep. They'll totally buy that egg beater with a timer on it. That might be a slight exaggeration, but you get the idea. You would need such a support group. There's no way to do it. Okay.
Right.
But if you were part of the army of 144,000 with heaven parked in the sky, who are literally putting a force field around your camp every night.
I know who I'm hanging out with when the shit hits the fan.
And airdropping you food that is quote unquote manna from heaven. They're airdropping food. You're good.
That's a pretty good deal.
You're fine. And there's so darn many of you. You know? And all they have to do is follow these very, very simplistic, overly careful germ laws and disease laws and behavioral laws. And actually, for an army, it ain't many laws. Trust me, go read the Uniform Code of Military Justice. It's a lot bigger than 603 laws.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, wow. You don't even know. It's big.
Hi, Gary. Welcome. Yeah, so basically for you guys that just walked in, I decided since we had some time to kill today, and Richard and I were just hanging out at our prospective domiciles, that I would have a discussion with him so maybe people can understand better what he's saying, because I claim to be Richard's interpreter, because I understand what he's saying, and I understand what the Christians are saying, and never the twain shall meet. It is not the same thing. But anyway, so that's what we're discussing. If you guys have any questions about Richard's reading frame or anything you've seen in the Bible that you're calling absolute bullshit on, or something you think is fucked up and demonic or whatever, put it in the chat. We'll bring it up and let Richard address it. Welcome, Stephanie. Thanks for coming, sweetheart. Nice to see you. So yeah, so that's what we're doing. Anybody, you want to throw it in there, throw it in the chat, and I'll bring it up and we'll try to get them as they pertain to the subject.
And to fill dead airspace in the meantime while you guys are writing stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So are there slave laws? Yes, but it's about volunteer worshipers. It's not about kidnapping folks. Do they contain rules about the father and the sovereign owning someone? Yes. There's this old story, and we can't confirm if it's true or not, but it could be true. Not every black slave being transported to the United States spoke English. And they had general ideas about what's going on. I mean, they're in chains. They were treated harshly and poorly and neglected, and many died along the sea voyage to the United States.
Mm-hmm.
What was then probably 13 colonies or whatever. But they didn't necessarily have a good grasp of what was going on. They only knew that it was bad, and probably really bad, So yeah. There's this story of this very young, very attractive slave put up on the block for auction.
Mm-hmm.
And there's this old fat white guy. And yes, this story has like names attached to it that I don't recall, right? There's this old fat white guy, and he just keeps outbidding everyone, and he bids on her, and he bids on her, and he bids on her. And her brain is doing normal math going, oh, I am screwed. This guy wants me too bad. Like he's willing to pay anything for me. This is bad. Right?
Right.
So she's finally, he wins the auction, and they go into the office or whatever to do the paperwork. She's like fighting it. She's scared out of her mind. Right? So he does the transaction. He gives the money. He gets the receipt, and he hands it to her, which means she owns her own slave papers. That means she's free. And that's what this guy did. Was he went and he would pick who he thought was going to be the most abused slaves, and he'd buy them and set them free. And he gave her this, and it took her a minute. But she realized what that meant.
Mm-hmm.
And he went to leave, and she followed him, and she followed him the rest of his life.
Huh. Okay.
Because she could see he was a good man, and the only good man she knew. You know? So she became a volunteer slave to him because he was worthy.
Right.
That's what the story is.
Okay. Okay. So just to be clear, what Richard said before half of you came in is slavery is not you're a slave. You are agreeing to follow Jesus and God.
And that is such a claim. I'm going to show it.
Okay. The Bible clearly captures the laws at the time with a little critique of his followers should apply them. Nothing particularly mystical about it.
Okay. Present, which used to be called share.
Because he was an old fat white guy. They were all old fat white guys that were making laws that had nothing to do to and no way to hurt them. Hey, Skits, how you doing, buddy? Okay, let's put this up here.
Okay, what were those comments? I was busy. The Bible clearly
you're fine.
Captures
the
laws at the time. Yes, Gary, the Bible is using animism, local law, local towns, local people, sometimes, if they work to explain the story, to explain future events. But that doesn't always work, which is why they made up entire civilizations that never existed, towns that never existed, people who never existed. They had to make those things up because there was no local occurrence of something that was a good parable for the actuality.
Yeah, for something that's going to happen in the future.
That's what fiction writers have to do. Okay, so here's the word slave, right? That's eved, slave, servant, right?
Okay.
Based in the root word, and this is the primitive root, and you can't go further back than this.
Primitive root.
All bad, right?
Mm-hmm.
Here's all the usages, you know the usages. Here you go.
Yeah.
It means to work, right?
Primitive root, to work, in by implication to serve, till, enslave, be, keep in bondage, be bondman, be bond service, compel, do, dress, hear, execute, husbandman, keep laboring, man, bring to pass, serving, worshiper. Okay.
Yeah, how is worshiper there?
I don't know. That's kind of interesting. It has nothing to do with the rest of the definition.
Right. You can't force someone to worship. You know, you can't force someone to genuinely worship. They can, enact it, but they couldn't do it.
Well, like the slaves acted like they gave a shit about religion because the slave owners wanted them to. Right.
Right.
Yeah. That's how that started.
And I chose the most harsh word to look up. The word servant elsewhere. This is the one occurrence of the word slave I just looked up and brought up for you guys. So there you go.
Yeah, I know that the servant can also be looked at as some like you're serving God or serving Jesus. I hate it when the cat gets in my way and I can't see what's going on. Yeah, you're serving God and serving Jesus does not necessarily mean you're a servant.
Right.
Yeah. As in how we use it, like somebody that's going to fucking clean your kitchen and cook for you.
So here's the good news about being a slave in heaven. There's employment. And that means the Christians are wrong about angels sitting around playing harps, praising God all the time. They got stuff to do.
I was going to say, you can't have a society with everybody sitting on their ass playing harps.
No, it's
not going to work. Yeah, it'll fall apart. It'll never make it.
Or I guess you'd need robots to do everything, and that's getting really weird. I don't even like the idea of it. You know, it's good evidence against a thing if we find it repulsive. Yeah, our instinctual emotions are indicative of what perfection would be. So when
Right.
you look at something, you go, that doesn't sound perfect to me. That's a totally valid argument.
Okay.
I mean, if it's intended to be a utopian society for an animal like you, then your objections are probably perfect.
I'm sorry. My cats are on my entertainment center between my monitor and my laptop. And one was sitting there and the other one jumped down and they're doing this on either side of their heads trying to get past each other and they can't figure it out. And they were doing it for like 2 minutes going, and it was a cat jam.
Cat jam.
So I had to start laughing.
I was going to say traffic jam, yeah.
Before. Neither one of them wanted to jump. They were like, well, we're both the same size as a slot. What are we going to do here? Anyways, I'm sorry. Oh, cat antics.
And what is that, about 8 inches right there?
What's
between
that?
the monitor and the keyboard, something like 8 inches. So they're both like 4
10.
inches, 5 inches. Yeah, they're big cats.
No, they're like 6 inches wide, 8 inches wide.
Yeah, so
they're big cats.
That's not working out. Yeah.
Anyways, cat jam. Yeah, scary. Actually, that's accurate. One's brown and one's orange. Yes. You knew that, didn't you? You bastard. See, Soren says general or mass suffering will automatically give rise to a desire to better conditions. Well, of course.
Sure.
And you know, that's the thing. In Richard's reading frame, the earth is going to start falling apart. And then they're going to come down and say, hey, you want to come with us? How many people do you think are going to say, you know what? No, I like living in a pit of lava with smoke and ash constantly in the air where I can't breathe and no food and no clean water. You're going to go. I would go. I'm not going to lie. If that spacecraft appeared and they came down, they looked like us and they're like, come on, we're going to save you. And the earth's falling apart and there's lava and no, I'm going. I'm fucking going. Yeah. I'll take my chance. It's either die or maybe die. I'd rather than maybe die. I'll go. It's fine. So
I think we're going to understand angels in a personal experience to where we can plainly see that, first of all, they're Homo sapien sapien. Second of all, they're freaking gorgeous. And I wouldn't mind being gorgeous.
Well, yeah, because they're their perfect selves.
And that they claim that they are just the same thing we are now, only genetically free and fully coding with no genetic errors.
Which means no cancer,
they're the best
no high blood pressure, no diabetes.
Right. All this problem.
Healthy. Right.
So I wouldn't mind being gorgeous and exploring space in a society where injustice doesn't happen. That would be fine with me.
Right. Yeah. Absolutely. Actually, purple, according to Richard's reading frame, see, because he'll make it longer. I'm just going to say it real quick and short. According to his reading frame, heaven is not sitting around and being numb and bored. It's helping other civilizations that are way behind us so they can survive and they can thrive on different planets. That's what Richard says the Bible says we will be doing. Which, hey, if that's what it is, if I can help people for eternity and be happy
okay.
and healthy, oh my God, am I game? I know Deb's game.
I'd be down with that. Absolutely.
Oh, I know you
absolutely.
would be.
Right on. Yeah, this is why you see expressions like the lotus, the circle of life, the mandala, these kinds of ideas, that there's this repetitiveness that this doesn't stop. And if you try to investigate when it started, well, you'd be challenged mathematically.
Yeah. What did Purple said? I got that wasn't his interpretation. No, I know you knew that, Purple. I know you knew he doesn't. Right. He doesn't believe like the dumbass Christians do.
That's another fun game. If you want to make a Christian assertion, and I could show you the part of the Bible that you're ignoring or that the assertion ignores. I could totally do that all day long.
Right? Yeah. If you guys have any Christian-based shit, crap, I mean information, thoughts that you want
information definitionally has to be true in reality. That
okay, never mind. Any thoughts and opinions from the Christian reading frame that you would love to throw up here for him to debate, right. We will do it. You know, I was trying to not let honestly, I was trying to let a lot of people in, but I did want to bring Mama Deb in because she is pretty interested in some of the things you say.
Oh,
so
yeah.
I wanted her to be able to, pop in and ask a question or whatever if she wanted
Well,
to.
no
So-
holds barred. Just,
Oh.
smash me in the face. Go ahead.
Oh, no. That won't happen. But I have to say hi to everyone who said hi to me in the chat. Hello, everyone. Two, I still can't get over how much you two look alike. It absolutely just astounds me how much you look alike.
I
And
sent her.
Yeah.
Good.
And three, Richard, I actually don't have any bad things to say at all because the one time we spoke, I know I've said this to you before, but I can't thank you enough for helping me through my grief when I lost my nephew. And your interpretation of the way things, of the way things are put, and it sat well with me, and it found me some peace of mind. And I even shared it with his mom. And she's like, you know what? I love that. And she's been able to heal a little, I mean, as much as you can with losing a child.
Yeah,
but
well,
yeah, no,
it's hard.
Yeah, exactly. And so your thoughts, I would never like come at you and punch you in the face. I might bring some interesting topics, but I'm never going to come and punch you in the face.
Well, you're welcome to do whatever you want to do. In my
First off,
view.
I'm fairly certain I couldn't reach your face because I am so damn short. I'm only like 5'2", so I don't think I could.
Mom
It's okay.
was
He's
about
only
the same
5'9".
height, yeah.
You could reach it. Yeah, you'd have to stretch, but you could reach it. Yeah.
Maybe on a good day.
In structure, Beck and I look a lot alike.
Yes.
But this isn't a problem with the camera. Beck is more tan. I'm more pink. I really am.
Yeah,
I'm very pink.
Yeah,
he's always very
I could
pink.
see that. I could see that, But yeah, I just still every time it just still gets me. Beck sent me a ton of pictures of your other siblings, and I was like, "What the f? Y'all look alike." And then he sent me. I think it was.
I sent her Bruce and Walt together.
Yeah.
Back to back because they look so much alike. I sent her a picture of Wendy and said, "This is Mom thin."
Yep.
And she really is. She's just a thin version of Mom. She looks exactly like her, except for Bruce has Mom's body style and everything else: cooking, instruments, teaching, blah, you name it. He's a recreation of Mom, and he never met her, which is interesting. But yeah, so I showed her a picture of Keel, and I said he looks just like Dad. That's why we all look like Keel.
Yep.
It's literally what it is, and I hate that I look like that fucker. But
yeah, remember. At
least I'm better looking.
I'm gonna go kick him in the shins for you. So
kick him in the shins. I'm gonna beat the shit out of him one of these days.
You
That's
can,
what I need to do. No, I need to. I need to take my power back from him. I need to go kick his ass. That's literally what I need to do. It's the only way I'm ever going to take my power back in my brain from what he did to me as a child and all the torture.
I'm with Richard on that one. Just don't kill him because you couldn't live with it. So
I won't kill him. Yeah. I want to do things to him, like, fuck with him and shit, tie him up, make him feel, incapable of protecting himself like all the women he beat. I would like to do that. That would be great.
Stool is in the chat.
Oh God, Stool. He's talking about the thing on my microphone is exactly what he's talking about. But he has to make everything perverted. But that's why we love him. So
but yeah, just continue where you guys were, and I'll add in anything I have because
we were actually just talking about.
I'm not shy.
Yeah, we were actually just talking about like slavery in the Bible and the root word slavery and the fact that it also means worshiper. Back to the root word and not just everything else is about labor and working, and then at the end it says worshiper. So what Richard was saying is that.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Richard was saying that the Father is the Father, God, and then you have the Master, and it's not that they are enslaved. It's if they choose to serve, they are a worshiper, hence enslaved to God and Jesus.
And I think that definition or that thought process of that word gets twisted so many times when we're talking about things like cults and stuff like that, or religions that are absolutely just so anti one gender or the other. I don't particularly care for the Amish. I think that's kind of a cult. I think that Mormonism borders on being a cult because it is it's absolutely based on the suppression of one gender over the other, and it's just really so yeah. I find that like all things, when you introduce a human being to anything, some of those human beings will find a way to twist it and make it towards their own benefit. So
it's really interesting to me that, as social animals, we want to be loved and accepted.
Yes.
Right. But we don't want to be too loved and too accepted. We also want to be special. So,
yes, sir.
So
yes,
we
sir.
tend to want to be part of some kind of an exclusive group, and all of that group agree, and that group is better than everybody else. So you have tribalism. Now, this makes sense in social evolution, where if you didn't care for each other in your small knit group and push out others, then infiltration, and you could have problems of supplies, and then you'd have death and disease and all that. So it makes sense why, but it doesn't make sense today. So that's what I see these cults doing, is saying something like, I hand selected by my own choices. That is, they say the church teaching the Bible the right way, which means you hand selected it and they agree with you, right?
Yes.
And that's all that it means, is you agree, right? And you hand selected them and they have it right and everybody else has it wrong, which is only I had it right in the first place.
Yeah.
And I never needed corrected, which is really interesting.
It is interesting. It's interesting that, God, it is so unfortunate with today's society that a lot of people are choosing to do that. Or they, I guess it's been going on for a long time. I just, particularly this week, last week with everything going on with the shootings and stuff like that, it's just been really driven back home for me, is that, even in the church, you're encouraged to fellowship with your fellow church members. You're not encouraged to fellowship outside of that circle, because that circle will bring possible sin or temptation or whatever they want to call it. Whereas we're doing the same thing, just on a horribly, horribly awful scale. Not we, but people are twisting it so bad as something I feel like it might have started out as a good thing, like just go out and fellowship and be with other people and, do what we need to do as human beings, has turned into a justification for a hate crime. And I can't stand that at all. It makes me sick.
Right.
And, Beck will tell you, I'm very emphatic about, I do not understand how another human being can look at somebody and say, because you're this, I fucking hate you and want you to die. That is not something that I am capable of understanding, because it's not in me to be that way. I don't think it ever has.
I can tell you how
been,
it happens.
Yeah,
I can't justify the thought, but I can tell you how it happens.
No, please do.
It's hatred based in misunderstanding and lies. And we know that's true because people will say things like, I hate gays, right? And then sometime in their life, their whole family hates gays, right?
Yeah.
But at some point in their life, they end up in this situation where they actually meet gay people. And then they meet them and they're decent people. And then they like them. And then they go, well, maybe that part's wrong. Well,
yeah, keep going.
So I honestly
There's
think
a lot of parts that are wrong.
No, I honestly think, Richard, that it is I agreed. It's born out of fear. And it's born out of, what do you call it? I'm going to struggle to find the word here, but for lack of a better word, it is from old, shoot, I can't, like old, not old school standards, but that's not what I'm trying to say. It comes from generations back, and generations back, we were not taught to question our elders. We were taught to accept exactly what they said and live your life by the rules that they put forth to you.
Yep.
And that's where that shit got started. And that's, I'm sorry, should I not be swearing?
I don't give a fuck.
Okay.
I always trumpet whenever somebody cusses and asks me that.
You just don't. We're of the generation. We didn't question our parents. Our parents said jump, and we said how high. Our question said Our parents said, you do this. And we said, okay, yes, without question. And
You don't speak unless you're spoken to. Yeah,
yes,
we remember
that was what we were brought up in. And I think my belief is that that's where this all came from, is because there is some questionable, there's always been gay people in the world. There's always been people who dislike or hate, but it's when they started coming together and procreating and making this small little section, and then they would expand out. But that was all that they were taught. They were never taught to love or be accepting or be open to it, because I truly do not believe a human being is born with the ability to hate. I think it's a taught emotion.
You know, you can find on the internet videos everywhere of black and white children playing together, white children playing with a monkey because they don't see it any different than a little person, and they're having just a great fucking time. We aren't born with hate. No, we are born open-minded, and the people that are around us shape us, and they shape us sometimes by taking us to a place that's full of fucking shit and cult-like, and then we believe that, and we grow up believing that because that's what their parents told them, and that's what their parents said, and that's what their parents said, and that's what that minister said, and that's what that priest said, and what do you get? You get the same, like Richard and I were talking about. You get those same, 30 talking points that they just keep repeating, and they never go through the whole Bible and actually talk about it. It's all this is what my minister told me to say, and now I'm the minister, and that's what it is. Yeah.
Well, and the thing that I've been wanting to say to Richard, since I thought of it after we had that first conversation a while ago, is that I think the one thing that people miss completely about the Bible is that it is man's interpretation of what they were given. There's no direct translation. There's no saying that God wrote these exact words. We had to translate it from another language. And there's always going to be mistranslations. There's always going to be problems with what people says, and people's biases are going to be put into those translations. So that's why I'm so fascinated by what you're doing, is because you're going back and looking at it again and saying, well, wait a minute. Let's look at it this way. It could be this way. And I find that really fascinating.
Let me show you.
It's entirely different.
In fact, I'm doing something a little bit bigger than that, because what I see, even though you and I may not have had this conversation, is it's not that the Bible is borrowing from ancient Mesopotamian culture.
Okay.
No, it's that ancient Mesopotamian culture was also given the truth in a way that made sense to the people of that time, of that culture. So it was in cultural context. Okay. But here's how universal it is. It is a fact of reality that human beings age because of a lack of maintenance of their telomeres, right?
Okay.
But it's not complete disregard for telomeres. You do maintain them, okay? You just don't maintain them perfectly. And that's why you age. There's some other factors, but that's the biggest overview, okay? So you have the ability to maintain them, but you maintain them poorly. Dogs maintain them more poorly. That's why a dog ages faster than you, because their maintenance system is even worse than yours. Okay. Now, if your maintenance system was perfect, then your flesh would not age. You would stay apparently about 27 to 35, something like that. It's hard to say. But the perfect, I am fully adult, I am not getting older, whatever age that is. And you would just stay there forever.
25. Okay. You're fully mature.
25 was a good year.
Yeah. I don't know. For males take a little bit longer.
No, they say in general the human brain is fully developed and everybody's done by 25. That's 23.
That's fair.
I think
but
for women it's 23, men 25, but 25 is a good number to use.
Yeah, that's fine. That's absolutely fine. Okay, so when the text says that the waters, or a large group of us, right, are like a lake or an ocean or a great sea. Not only do we physically look like that from the air, and when we move like waves, go watch, people walking to work in New York and just kind of don't look too close at any singular individual and get a picture of the whole thing. It looks like a lake running down the darn street in New York. That's what it looks like.
Oh, I could see that.
And it goes, I'd go so far as to say locked in the genome of the human beings, the whole mass of us, is the key to not immortal life, but eternal life. That's a truism.
Okay.
And that waters means large group of beings. And then Gilgamesh dives down into the great body of water and finds the tree of eternal life. And it's that like prevalent everywhere.
Oh, that's
I want to comment this really quick here.
I love the way your brain works, Richard. I love it. There are so many things like you just like peak so many things of interest. I'm like, damn, I never thought about that. I must have said that at least 6 times when you were just talking to us. I'm like, that's interesting. I hadn't thought about it like that.
Or in the Bible, it says the promises of the kingdom of God are within you. What are the promises? Eternal life. That's in your genome. It's not a joke.
Okay.
Higher brain function. That is you could be changed in your brain function to where it works better.
Yes.
Or maybe you start producing smaller and smaller brain cells so you have a greater capacity within the same skull, something like that. That's totally genetically possible, right? In which case you may have a bigger view and you may have no reason to ever cry again.
Oh, God, wouldn't that be fantastic?
So it's not a joke to say live forever, never again crying. Oh, and by the way, hairy animals like the great ape family, excluding us, they're covered in hair. They don't get their vitamin D from the sun like we need to. Their coating still works. Now, we have the same coating. It's just broken. You see, actually, if you were fully repaired, you would not need the light of the sun to shine upon you. That's not a joke.
Interesting.
You really wouldn't.
So real quick, before this gets way too far up and I lose it, Gary Priestley said fear is natural though and can easily lead to hate. But
yes,
Gary, the fear that is natural is our inherent survival, right? We fear things that will hurt us naturally, and that's why we survive. Things that don't fear anything, they don't last very long. So yes, fear is natural, but it's what environment you're around that increases the fear of things that should not be feared is the problem I have with it. Yeah, of course it's natural. It's natural. If you go out and you jump out of an airplane, you're not a little scared. You're stupid. There's something wrong with you. Everybody should be a little scared. When I went ziplining in Costa Rica, I was a little scared at first. Hell yeah, I was. I was getting on a little thin line and going over a 200-foot wide fucking gully that was like 1,000 feet down. Yeah, it's a little scary. Wow. But it was fucking fun as shit. Anyways, the point is that, yeah, we all have natural fears, but it's the fears that the religion instills in us and our parents instill in us. It's like a white couple not liking black people. They don't have to tell the kid to hate black people. They learn from mom and dad's actions. Oh, I hate black people too now because they're to be feared, because that's what mom and dad taught me. And that's the problem we have, is we have so many ignorant people in this world that this crap rhetoric just keeps going and it keeps just getting taught. It's like the salad spinner, that everybody had. You push the button and it spins the water out of your salad because you're way too lazy to shake it out yourself over your sink. But it just keeps recycling it. You're not getting new lettuce. You're just spinning it around over and over and over again. There's no new lettuce added. So, but anyways, that's my thoughts on it.
And I don't. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead, Richard.
I don't quote Ronald Reagan a lot. Okay. But he was pitching Star Wars, an Earth defense system, where lasers are put in space. And by the way, lasers are a lot more effective outside of an atmosphere. They're much more effective in a semi-vacuum or vacuum. Yeah, because obviously light is warped by atmosphere. There you go. it's not as clean as it would be if it were in outer space. So he was pitching this, and they even called him Ronnie Ray Gun for pitching this, like pew, 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 pew.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he said something that is true and relevant today, and is what I think the solution to the prejudice. We see ourselves right now as separate peoples, and we will until we see something actually different.
Yeah.
So I think just the arrival of heaven is the end of prejudice.
But see that real quick, Joe, that goes right back to what I was saying. It's the environment those kids are in. They're like, look at the people in Montana. It's a bunch of fucking white people. There's no diversity. They have no clue. We grew up in West Virginia. My mom, well, it's parts of it. My
it's
mom,
semi-true.
It's semi-true. Just like West Virginia, it's semi-true. You know, you go to the cities, you get diversity. You go out in the middle of the country, you get a bunch of fucking stupid white people. So what was I going to say? No, it's true though. Oh,
well,
my point was it's not just mom and dad. It's not just the cast. It's the fact that those kids are stuck in that environment. You know, there's people like, look at the Amish people. They weren't allowed to use computers to learn anything. The person in Mary Byler's fucking Amish community had an 8th grade education, and they were pulling teeth and giving people cow tranquilizers to do it. Shit like that. Now that's called bullshit. Now that's called bullshit. Anyways, they would have to be deemed serious, be hurt serious enough to go to a hospital.
Good God.
Yeah, and they would let people pretty much die because they didn't think it was serious enough unless it was like one of the higher up guys. They went every time. They always got hospital care. Anyways, yeah, so no, it wasn't just about, yes, America, the caste society reinforces it, but it's very environmental. You know, when we were growing up in West Virginia, we were surrounded by a bunch of white hillbillies. You know, they were nice people, most of them very uneducated, the very few of them very educated. But they were kind and they were caring people and everything. And you know, you broke down the side of the road, they 5 cars would pull over to make sure you were okay. And it would turn into a beer party on the side of the fucking road. Somebody would say, "Oh, I got a 6-pack. I just left the store. Let's drink while we're fixing the radiator." And that's what people would do. So the first time we went to church, and there was a black couple there with, I believe, 2 or 3 children. And we had never seen a black person before.
Yeah.
They weren't on TV unless it was an old movie. And that was foreign to us. Like, oh, that's some other time, some other place. You know, it didn't seem real to me, at least. And so when we saw these people, we were like, "Mom," and she's like, "Shh, shut up. You know, we'll talk outside of church." So we all get in the car. Oh yeah, I was too. Yeah. I was like, "Mom," and she's like, "Shut up. You know, they're standing right here." So she got us all out in the car, and we were like, Mom. She's like, I know what the question is. And here's your answer. They're from a different environment, so they have a different skin color because where they're from is hotter and more sunny, and they have less shade and less cool days and blah, blah, blah. And we were like, all right, that's good. That's all we needed.
They were from Zimbabwe.
That's right. That's right. They did have that accent. I totally forgot. And the nicest people in the world. They didn't stay very long. They were gone within a month, like all the other black people that moved to that area, because it was so horrible. There was KKK and shit there. But see, the point is that's how I grew up. I came out okay. Because I had a parent that explained it to me. While the other parent was being prejudiced and using the N-word, we were over here listening to Mom going, "Oh, Dad, you're a fucking idiot." Like that's what my childhood was. As I got older, I realized how fucking ignorant he was, because anybody that wasn't rich and white was the N-word. Anybody,
we can tell,
and white both.
And we can tell that it's all based in lies and misunderstandings and things like that. The prejudice, the prejudging is all based in that, and you could tell because people will go to college, meet people from other cultures, because, you know, colleges, universities bring people together from separate cultures, and they meet each other, and they actually find out that all of them are humans. And that's kind of shocking at first, but it's just evidently true. We're all humans.
Yeah. So no matter how you slice it, we all have flaws. None of us are perfect. And, and just to recap, since we were talking about Richard's reading frame of the Bible, for those of you who just came in, Richard believes the Bible is prophetic, that it is a hand guide basically for Jesus to deal with end times, and it is not written for us at all. So that's
But Mom and
something
Deb,
to
you've been
keep
holding
in mind.
yourself back for quite a while. What was it?
Okay. I was just making a joke because when he said there are towns in Montana, I am from Montana. And the whole joke was there was one black kid in our entire town. One.
Really? See what I mean?
Just one.
We had one come to
And-
school when I was a junior. He lasted 2 weeks. He was gone because I constantly followed this kid around and moved the bullies off the stairs and out from in front of his locker so he could do school. He was scared to death of me, and I was protecting him.
No, and that's something that and this gentleman is still my friend to this day. We've been friends since we were since we were 12. But it does show exactly the way people think, because in our home, my dad did use the N-word regularly. And it was okay that that person was friends with us. It was all okay that we were all friends. It was not okay that he date his daughters. He drew the line at a N-word dating the daughters. He's like, no, you're not doing it. It's not allowed.
Honey, that's still prejudice.
That's what I'm saying, though. That's what I'm saying is that it is the way things are taught. Like my dad likes to think that he is, with that way of thinking, he was a modern thinker. No, Dad, you're still prejudiced. You're still racist because you use the N-word, And it's funny that to this day we're still friends, and he still comes to family parties because that's we're really rooted together because we grew up together. But yet, it still bothers my dad if we sit too close. I'm like, what the hell? I don't get it. So, But again, it's just the way that's what was taught in my house. And I still think it's weird, but whatever.
Yeah, no, it's bizarre. It's bizarre. No, our father was openly hateful. And it's amazing we didn't all come out prejudiced, really. Like, there's one of us that I still believe is prejudiced, but it's the asshole. It's okay. He's an asshole.
The reason you didn't come out prejudiced because you had an awesome mom. You had a mom
That's
who
exactly
took the time
why.
to explain things to you and to be like, okay, let's answer your questions. And I didn't know your mom, but things I hear about her, she was awesome. She was so awesome because she
this is what she would do. We would ask her a question. She would answer it to the best of her knowledge. And she'd say anything beyond that, go research it. Go to the library. You have free access. We had free access at the college because she went to college. We could have walked in there 20 years later. They probably would have let us in because everybody knew Mom. So we would go down to college and go into the racks at the college. We had access to anything we wanted to fucking read. And we'd go research it. We'd learn about it. We'd write some notes, come back, say, hey, Mom, this is what I found. And she'd go, oh, interesting. And we discuss it. And she'd go, oh, well, I knew this.
Derek is whistling at me.
Thanks. Oh, go ahead. And so we were really lucky in that she was a not only born to be a teacher, but she was very honest. And if she didn't know, she would say, I don't know, go look it up. Come back and we'll discuss it. Okay.
I'm wondering.
That's how my childhood was. She made us think for ourselves when she couldn't answer for us. Go look it up.
And
go check it out.
That's what encourages free thinking, and that's how I raised my children to be as free thinkers. Hey, can you pull up Soren's comment about welfare?
Sure.
I find that very interesting.
Says welfare is only counted for urban minorities. This country does not count it for rural white people in Appalachia, for instance. It's an ingrained racial double standard. Wow.
Because especially when they bring up Appalachia, the amount of people that are on welfare in that area is astounding. It is astounding. I believe, now it could have changed, but when I did a paper on it when I was in college, it was well over 50% of the people in the Appalachians were on welfare.
I believe that. I believe that.
If that's not counted, I mean, I don't understand how they can count. Well, again, because I just don't look at the world the way the governments do, apparently. Right. I just don't understand how you can get away with saying, oh, I'm only going to count the urban minorities when in actuality, I'm thinking there's a whole lot of white people on welfare as well. I mean, I grew up on welfare because my mom chose that path. And I don't say that because I'm down talking her, but she did choose the path. She's like, I don't have to go to work because I have children. So why would I want to work? And she chose the welfare walk, I guess. But yeah, I just find that very interesting. I mean, what do you think about that, Richard?
I'm afraid I was distracted by a friend of mine visiting
Oh.
me, and I don't really know what's going on, and I should be silent for a while.
Okay.
By the way, Joe Cool, there is a link in the chat, Beck, unless you deleted it. It's just up near the top.
I have to charge my headset, so I'm gonna have to mute myself in between so everybody can't hear you guys. Now, I was just trying to keep the panel small. I got really frustrated in the past with letting too many people on, and it got too distracting, and the conversation would segue, and people weren't getting heard that wanted to be heard. So what I'm going to do from now on is I'm going to try to keep it 4 and under. I'm keeping a spot for Math Pig because he was the original guy I offered to, hey, do you want to come in and talk? So I am holding a spot for him, but I don't want to clog up the panel too much. If you guys have questions, please put them in there. You don't have to tag me. I'm watching, and I will bring them up, when I see them, and we can discuss them and everything.
That's actually a very interesting comment that Joe Cool put up in the chat. It says that white people use far more welfare than blacks. It's just there are more of them, but there are more of them. That's interesting. That's very interesting. I don't think that I ever thought about it like that. I just remember as a child, I was embarrassed by it. I was embarrassed that I was the poor kid. I was a kid on scholarship. I couldn't afford the nicer things in life or whatever. But my mom chose not to work, and she literally chose not to work. And I always swore I would be the different mom where like I went out of my way to provide for my children, so much so that I spoiled them and gave them everything they wanted. And I would work for them. Like, I would work 3 and 4 extra shifts to give them what they needed. And I just don't know what the trade-off would be there. Like my mom was there for me. She was a terrible, horrible mother, and she's a horrible human being. But my kids didn't see me as much, but they had every material thing that they ever needed. So I don't know what's a better route on that, because I wish I could trade it back and not give them as much materialistically and be there for them more. Be, the more of a hands-on mom.
Well, the best you can hope for is when the extremes are over, the next generation following finds a middle path.
Well, I'm hoping
and
so.
That's normally what happens, and then it reverts back.
Well, I hope so. And I'm hoping they actually have children to make me a grandma, because that would be freaking awesome. But all 3 of them are like, no, we ain't having kids. I'm like, damn it, Janet. Because I love me some babies. So,
Yeah.
Well, Gary, if people are going to demonize welfare recipients, you're going to have to add me to the fucking list, because I'm on fucking Snap. So there you go. Anyways, carry on.
Oh.
Ooh, Amy Newman would definitely have challenges for a stream trying to justify a reading frame of the Bible.
Oh, I like
Amy
that.
Newman does shows on that.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of cool.
She constantly debates religious people and does skeptic and ranting and all this different stuff, atheist Bible study, stuff like that. So Amy is amazing and really hard to come by. So if you want to come in, Amy, let me know. I will make an exception for you, because I never get to see you in my chats anymore. So
okay, so Soren, I understand what you're saying now. How it's okay. You're right. It is used politically. It absolutely is. I didn't understand that from your first post, so I stand corrected. But I agree with you. It is used politically.
damn, I didn't mean to stall out the conversation. Did I ruin it?
You killed it. What are you doing, Beck?
Okay,
well, it's all washed now. You guys have a great night, and I'm just kidding.
Yeah, no, seriously, I would make it. Ox, you and I will talk about that later, buddy. But all is well. Trust me. Yeah, anyway, so we originally were discussing slavery, and then we went into politics somehow. I don't know how the fuck we did that. Guys in the chat, bastards.
Well, let me make another biblical assertion, and that'll bring it back.
Go right ahead.
Okay. If a Christian says things that doesn't make sense against reality, and you're aware of that, then you know that on some certain topics they have flawed thinking. Now, that certain topic would be biblical studies, religious studies. That's the topic where they don't make sense. So if they don't make sense on religious studies, and then you accept their reading frame of that religion, and you use that as a reference point, you are, bring it full circle, you are saying, I trust a reading frame from a person that I know doesn't make sense. Find the hole in that logic.
Wait, can you say that last bit again, please?
Yeah, if you summate that, it's saying, I trust the reading frame of a person that I know does not make sense.
Wow.
Yeah, like most of the Christians, I don't listen to them. It doesn't make sense to me.
Wow.
It never fucking has. That's why I've never been a religious person. It's never made sense to me.
Yeah. I'm going to have to say, like, I'm going to have to jump on board with the it's never made sense to me thought process that Beck has here, because there are certain things about religion that have always seemed wrong to me. And that's one of the reasons that I began my journey to be an agnostic atheist, because it just never made sense. If, for example, they say that, and I was brought up Catholic / and Lutheran, so I went to different churches with different parents. But I believe the golden rule is to love one another. I don't know if that's the rule in all religions, but that's the way I was brought up, is to love one another. That you preach about hate for people who are different than you, or you encourage hate or distrust for somebody who believes differently than you. I have a problem with that. That's huge. There's a huge flaw in your way of thinking when you're saying, I am this, but yet I do this. Well, that makes you a hypocrite. And in that case, I cannot side with you on just about anything, because I don't know where you got your facts now. I don't know if your facts are actually based in reality or if they're based in somebody's antiquated belief system. So it makes it very, God, I love the way you do that.
That is really true.
Yeah.
That is, what you're saying is really true. So I mean, I'm not a psychologist, but I've heard some terms that I think I understand. That when a person can take their entire group of people and their tribe, and they can say, okay, this tribe is this thing. Anybody who's not in the tribe is not the same kind of animal.
Mm-hmm.
When they know it's the same animal, they know that.
Yeah.
So they're compartmentalizing, and they're making divisions that don't exist for some kind of tribal prejudice. That's what they're doing.
And I agree with you 100% on that. I really, really do. Because, it's oversimplifying, I think, but this memory has been popping in my head since we started talking about it. But I don't know if you guys remember the show, the original Queer Eye for the Straight Guy. You remember that show?
Yeah.
Okay. I remember when Carson, the blonde, was in a tanning booth with this guy, this guy they're helping. And he's all acting all nervous and all like, because he's there in a Speedo in the same tanning booth or whatever. And Carson just looks at me and goes, what's the problem? He goes, well, I'm uncomfortable because you're gay and we're like, dressed like this. And he goes, you remember him just looking at the guy and going, okay, so straight over here, gay over here. They're not intermixing. You're not my type. And I just remember he broke down that guy's fear and just irrational fear It's so simple, so simple. And he was just like, please, please. And all I could think at that time was that is taught fear. That is fear that is taught because you associated the word gay. I'm gonna be really honest with you. Gay men would not accept the hairy, smelly ickiness that some of us women like. They would not. And for somebody to stand there and be like that and say, hey, I'm afraid you're within 6 inches of me, so I'm going to catch your gayness. That you're uneducated. You're absolutely uneducated. And you need to educate yourself on what's going on in the world. And that's what it just blows my mind that you can break down those arguments so simply, but yet they still refuse to even begin to think, oh, wow, maybe I should think about the way I'm thinking. But because I don't know if it's because they're just so used to thinking that way or what the case may be, but jeepers,
It makes no sense in actuality. It's like me worried about a lesbian woman hitting on me.
Who the fuck cares? Yeah.
Why would I be worried about that? That doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
And just to be clear, for people that don't know any gay men, most gay men don't want a cishet dude.
No, they do not.
They're not clean enough. Their vehicle's not clean enough. Their home's not clean enough. They don't dress well enough. They don't have enough money. Gay men are very fucking picky. If you get hit on by a gay man, and you're straight, he's either A, very, 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 very desperate, or B's drunk or high or something. Because that doesn't happen.
And honestly, like, you should just say thank you. I'm flattered.
And if he genuinely is right of mind and not drunk and he's hitting on you, take it as a fucking compliment and move on.
Hell yeah.
I did. In fact, I had that happen 2 times. And my response was the same both times. I told him I had a mental defect where I had to be with a female. Well, that's how they'd look at it, right? I'm trying to speak the language and be respectful, So I said, that is such a nice thing to say. I'm glad you think I'm an attractive human being, but I have this mental condition where that's not exciting to me. Okay.
Oh,
and they were totally cool with that answer.
What a great way to approach it, really.
That's fantastic.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's great. We'll use that.
Oh, by the way, this is 30 years ago when I was cute, This is some time ago. So it wasn't in style to think of it that way. People weren't like teaching me that. I just thought, well, dude, if I was in their position, how would I feel about this conversation?
Although I do have to say in the gay community, gay men have become very much more picky because there's more options out there and they can be. Because people are out now. 15, 20 years ago, good luck finding a fucking lesbian or gay man. You had to like hit the bushes with a stick and, whistle the gay song or something because you can't motherfuckers anywhere. So everybody was like perpetually single because everybody was afraid to say, I'm gay or whatever.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's changed a lot in the last like 10 to 20 years. From my point of view of being in the community, it's changed a lot. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure it has. I mean, it's definitely become, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I think, it's definitely changed a lot. Oh, no, I lost my train of thought. So go ahead, Beck.
I'm sorry.
It's all gone. It's okay.
God, I hate it when I do that to people. I hate it when I do it to myself like I just did. What was I going to say? And just so all the cishet women out there know, if a lesbian hits on you, she fucking means it. She's trying to change. She's trying to turn you to the other side of the... Yeah, gay men don't do that. With lesbians, it's a fucking competition. So yeah, they do that. Just as a warning.
And that reminds me of a story. Like when I was working in Palm Springs as a paramedic, I went in, got some lunch, whatever, and I came back, and my partner was gay. And I said, "Wow, that girl is super, super friendly, and she's just so nice." And she looks at me and she goes, "Deb, she was hitting on you." I go, "No, she wasn't." Whatever. She turns my cup around, and it was the girl's name and phone number on the cup. I'm like, oh, fuck, I feel horrible. I literally got out of my paramedic unit, went back inside. I said, "I am so sorry. I totally misunderstood. I thought you were just being this happy, piping person." I said, "I am so flattered, but I'm straight. But gosh, you're cute, and whatever." I felt so bad because I didn't acknowledge it, because I really do believe that if somebody has, and they're not over aggressive, I'm not talking about stepping over the line, being an ass, talking about people who put themselves out to hit on another person. They're polite for respect, just being, trying to get attention. I honestly think that you should say, thank you though. I'm flattered. Thank you, because they put themselves the fuck out there. Yeah, and that's hard. That's so hard. And women are picky. Oh hell yeah, I got a type. I got an absolute type.
Don't get me on how picky women are. You can treat them like gold, romance them, do all the good things. Put notes in their lunch, little poems, how much you love them. Leave a note on their desk when you leave at the end of the day, so they come in the morning, they find it. You can do all that stuff. No, not good enough. Not if you have mental health condition.
I'm sorry,
everybody in the fucking world does. What's that?
I think it depends on the woman. I really do, because again, not to hammer on this because you and I are super close, but Beck is in my type frame. He's absolutely my type frame. And I've heard the problems he's had with women in the past. And I'm like, God damn, my husband treats me how Beck would treat a woman. He treats them well. He makes them feel like a princess. He elevates them. Anything you do to make that person feel loved and just cared for. And that's the way that they are. Dude, I gotta say, man, I love that kind of man. So, don't think every woman's like that. I just think
No, they aren't. I just keep finding the crazy ones, and that's all they can fucking see is that I'm crazy because they're fucking crazy.
You want to hear the thing I don't do?
If a woman says to you when you first start dating her, "I'm crazy," fucking believe her and get the fuck out, okay? Don't go, "Oh, it's fine. I'm crazy too." That's what I do. Don't do that.
Don't do that.
I'll tell you the part that's always puzzled me is the thing I didn't do right. It was always like, why didn't you ever grab hold of my left ear and turn it counterclockwise while whistling the theme song to the Hardy Boys? And I'm just like, why would I know to do that?
There is the thing. Communication is key in any successful relationship. You have to be able to communicate and be open and honest about things. If you can't be, then you're not with the right person.
See, that's the beauty of today's society, where people actually communicate with each other in the bedroom, and it's encouraged.
Oh yeah.
Because if you screw up in the bedroom or screw up in your relationship, it's going to affect the other. So people are encouraged now to discuss things in the bedroom, and that's why we have people on YouTube talking about it, because you should fucking talk about it. Like, let's say you're really fucking kinky. You might want to tell the chick before you pull out the whips and change, It's good to have a discussion.
Agreed. You got to have the discussion. You got to say, this is what I'm looking for. This is what I need. And can we meet these needs, or can we compromise or some way? But,
Right. Hell yeah, John. I'd tap that. Sammy's hot. I've been flirting with Sammy for 3 years. I can't stop.
No, I know that. I just think it's funny when men say, oh, hell yeah, I'd tap that. And women are like, the only difference between men and women is that women just don't say it quite as often as men do. That's the only difference. I would be like, it cracks me up.
Yes, Jay. That's accurate. How you didn't know I didn't like that?
Oh God. How do you not have psychic abilities?
The way Ellen DeGeneres suggested. Record it and then go back over it like it's a football team. See, okay. You see here? See what you're doing here? Yeah, that's good. See over here? There's nothing to happen. That's not okay. There's nothing happening here. Up here's good. Down here, you're missing. Yeah. So you could do that. Just do it like a football team.
That's actually funny. I don't know that I would be into that, but I think that's freaking funny. Not a bad idea.
Why not actually? Why not actually communicate this stuff?
Yep.
I just learned something about Von Wreck today. I didn't know that.
I did not know that either. I was like, wow, okay.
The amount of straight men that are looking for discreet gay hookup. You know what? I'm going to tell you. I have found some astonishing stuff on Pornhub that I had no idea was even a fucking thing. They all say they're straight, but no, not really. Although my gay brother did say one time, the best blowjob ever is from a guy because they know what they're doing. So maybe that's it. I don't know. Fill in the space because there's no woman there. I don't know.
I think the problem that lies with that, and I think it's absolutely 100% true, absolutely 100% true. That's funny, Sandy. Is that they'll go and look for the hookup, but astonishing to me that they won't say I'm bisexual or I'm pansexual or whatever, and they won't bring condoms to the hookup because that would mean they'd have to acknowledge their sexual preferences. And you can't. Oh my God, you can't offend the masculinity of that person. And that's where I think that falls under toxic masculinity because you're toxic to yourself in that case. But,
It's okay, guys. Everybody gets a turn to be top. It's okay. Anyways, moving on back to the original subject. I really wasn't trying to get in a big discussion about sex. Anyways.
Sorry, I'm here, so I usually turn to that subject, especially where Beck's concerned. Just kidding. Just playing with you.
Bring us back around, brother. Throw a thought out there.
Okay. I don't know. They keep dying so quick. That's the story of my life, telling these things. Every once in a while, someone will say something like, you're assuming too much, or you're you're not keeping with what I've known, what I've heard. The people will say things like that. But I really don't know of any. I mean, the reason I accept this as being true is because I don't know of any reasonable arguments against it. And lacking one good argument, if there's never a good argument versus there's only been one good argument, it is not proof that something is true. But what we try to do in acceptance of truths is try to disprove things. And it's an elimination process. Like, people treat it the wrong way. Like, you could say something like Occam's razor. Well, Occam's razor doesn't show something is the truth. It's a good measuring tool to say something is probably not the truth. So I'm still looking for that argument, but I've yet to see it, where someone says, well, I know of a better way of looking at this for these reasons, A, B, C, and D, and that makes better sense in reality, and you should accept it for those reasons. Well, let's say you made the argument of historicity. You say, well, it's historically valuable, in which I would say, well, actually, this city and this person and that situation, and if 3 million Jews crossed the desert simultaneously, they'd have generated trash, and we would have found it. And we'd know it's Jewish trash because it contains no pork.
Campfires, leftover materials for survival.
Right.
Sharpened sticks, something. Something. And they had a style of clothing. They had a style of making footwear. They would ruin those over time. You would find the remnants of ruined materials. So no. There's nothing that makes me think that I should believe 3 million Jews crossed the Sinai. There's nothing in the Sinai that makes us think that is true, So no, I shouldn't accept that a simple historical view would explain this better. It doesn't. Yeah.
And etc. But all that was just to hopefully spurn somebody in the side chat. Amy, tell me the craziest thing in religious stories. I'm sure you have one of those.
Oh, Amy's got all kinds of shit. Yeah, Amy, give us a, not that the hashtag has anything to do with it. I'm just trying to keep your name up there. It's the only one I got. Give us something that you, can't stand that's in the Christian reading frame of the Bible and you want a better explanation. And anybody can do this. Let's play a game. Let's see if we can stump Richard or maybe get him to give us some more common sense thoughts on religion.
Or if I just say something that's circular in reasoning, or that doesn't comport with reality, or is self-defeating, or is axiomatic beyond necessity, anything like that.
Yeah. Oh, the hashtag everybody gets a turn to be top. Is that what you're fucking Sammy? I love you guys. God, I was thinking of one last night when Oz and I were talking that I wanted to ask you about. What this is what I wanted to ask you about. What are your thoughts on like Old Testament, New Testament, like everybody separates things, you know, oh, this is over here, this is over here, this is over here. Can you make any sense of that for me? Because I don't know, because I'm not religious and I don't read that shit.
Right.
I don't know why they separate it, and what's the point of it, and what are your views on it?
Okay. First of all, they're not significantly different, but they have different details in them. The overview remains the same. I could say easily something like, people would easily accept the statement, the Jews believe there will be a Messiah. So is Jesus in the Old Testament, in the Torah? No kidding. No, he's no kidding in there. They expect him to show up sometime. They just don't think it's the past.
Oh,
and they know it's not the past because they were the people living there who experienced it. Okay, that's how they know it's not the past.
Okay.
But is the story of the Messiah there? Yeah, absolutely. Son of David, you know, descendant, warrior, king who saves the chosen people. Yes, that's almost definitely, most definitely there. Okay, so what's the difference between the Old and New Testament? Well, not much. Except the Gospels. And what are the Gospels? Well, the Gospels are 4 different stories, actually 5 different stories, because I need to include Paul, even though Christians don't normally.
To include what?
Paul.
Oh, Paul. Okay, carry on.
Saul, who becomes Paul, right?
Right.
That he's not telling the story of the crucifixion, which is what people want. What's that?
Right. I said, which is the son? Saul. Saul's
yes.
the son.
Yeah, he's the son. So it makes sense that he should be there, and he's giving a slightly different account because he experienced it. That makes sense. It's not a third person perspective because it's a first person perspective.
Okay.
He's not one of the apostles, per se, but he's directly recruited. Okay, so that it's talking about them experiencing their end times.
Okay.
And so because it's 4 different end times, it's 4 different stories. It should be. The problem is when a person assumes that has to be one event concerning exactly the same people, that creates a problem, which is why the Christians have a problem with it in very long apologetics.
Okay.
Where all I have to say is it's evident in the text there's been more than one earth and there will be more. That's it. That's the end of the explanation. All the rest of it is already implied by that. Okay. So that's just the New Testament. It's just more details. And it's really interesting, actually, Beck, if you think about it. You don't get a whole lot of details in like the personality of Jesus anywhere in any of the stories, or the personality of Moses, the personality of Joseph, David, etc. You don't. Right. You get like statements and a series of events, but you don't get a whole bunch of personal opinion, which is really good, because as an instruction manual, you don't want a professor like telling you absolutely every little thing that you have to imitate.
Right.
Because then you're not you. You're just a cheap carbon copy of the professor. But what a good professor does is teaches you to think and how to apply those thoughts, and within that framework, how to be successful in that thinking. And that's what it does. It says things like, you know, he said this in this situation, but then it describes the situation again and says, but this one says that in the same situation.
Right.
And the reader, the intended reader of that, would look at that and go, look, I'm not a total mindless slave. I'm allowed to be me. This is amazing.
Well, I think critical thinking is something that the society needs to encourage a whole lot more. And the ability to think for yourself, not having to follow the masses. Because if we were able to do that, I think that we'd have a lot less problems in this world.
Touche.
Titan and Lucian Uranus are here.
Mm-hmm. So what's up with the Von Rick wants to know what's up with the mixed woven cloth? You can't wear clothes of a different cloth thing.
That actually makes perfect sense. These are rules for an army of young males, able-bodied, low-maintenance people, able-bodied virgins who already believe in God, and these are the first fruits, the 144,000 who walk toward heaven for judgment. This is the same as in Stargate, that one native that isn't scared of the spaceship and he walks up to it.
Okay.
That's a ballsy dude. Like that. Wow.
Yeah, right.
Like,
really.
Okay, you got Nux, bro. You go on. So 144,000 of those. Okay, but they're not well experienced in things like medicine and whatever. So they got these general laws says don't touch stuff. Okay. And they're given white robes to wear. And the white robe says it's made of one thread.
Okay.
That answers it, doesn't it?
Yeah,
you don't
really
get to
does.
change your uniform when you're employed.
Yeah.
You don't get
We
to
all
go to
do.
street clothes,
Yeah.
right? That's all it's saying is you're not allowed to wear street clothes while you work for McDonald's. That's it.
Okay. Touche. Next one is from Amy. Depends on how literally he takes the Bible too. Talking snakes, Jesus performing miracles, and really the notion of prophet itself, along with a literal sacrifice in any form.
Right on. I'm going to just pick one, or we'll do all of them if you guys got time. I don't mind doing all of those.
Go ahead.
I think the Christian don't take it literal enough and also commit logical fallacies by ignoring certain parts of the text in order to keep their traditional view of the text. I'll give an example. There are literal translations of words. Like the F-bomb has a literal translation, okay? But every time you use the F-bomb, you do not need to mean it literally. But what would decide how you mean it is the context in which you use it. Okay?
Okay.
So the Bible like uses the F-bomb in the word waters, and then later it describes how it's using the word waters, so you're not confused. How easy. You don't even have to understand the context. It tells you the context. And the word waters in the text is peoples, multitudes, nations, and tongues. In other words, a really large group of beings.
People. Okay.
Hence the flood, hence no water.
So 8 billion people is a flood. That's not a joke. We really are. Which is why it's stated as an ironic idea that people would deny the flood. You see why that would be ironic when they are the flood?
Well, yeah. I mean, if we're putting this in Richard's context, the world is falling apart. The shit is hitting the fan. You're not going to survive much longer. We're all going to flood to safety. Fuck yeah, we are. I don't give a shit what anybody says. We're all getting on the alien ship if the Earth is covered in lava, and
that's
the
just
air
an
is filled with
observation about
ash and
human nature. Yeah,
there's nothing to drink or eat anymore. You're gonna get on the fucking spaceship with me. Let's all be honest.
Yeah.
We are.
Yeah.
No, agreed.
Okay.
Agreed.
So it says that the waters are people, and then it says there's a tumult on the people. Would you say that's true right now?
Yeah, we're all fucked up.
Okay, all right, that's a fact of reality.
We all
Would
hate
you
each
say
other. We don't believe each other. We don't trust. We don't love. We don't anything. Yeah.
Right. Would you say that it's true that people elevate the story of the ark, that the ark is lifted up over the waters? Would you agree that's true?
Yep, that's what people believe.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Would you agree that there are masses of people who think that Jesus is the poo? That is, Jesus is walking on the waters. Would you agree that's true? See, these are all just facts.
Yeah.
These are all just facts of reality and what people think is true. But you have to accept about what the text says about itself. It's not an H2O flood. It's a flood of beings. So there's an example.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if you took it hyper literally, Jesus walked on the water as crowd surfing.
Yeah, literally.
I mean, that's not defeating physics or something. Okay, talking snakes. There is a physical object in our reality we discovered with Hubble, which is literally above the Taurus constellation, which Taurus is one sign of many signs in the zodiac, right? So you've got the beast of the field, but it's cursed above the cattle of all the beasts of the field, right? It is literally north of the plane of our solar system, the plane of the zodiac, okay? It is crawling on its belly all the days of its life, eating dust, because it's a nebula. That's what nebulas do.
Ah.
Now, NASA named it the Snake Nebula because it looks like a flippin' snake. Now, the snake part is the negative where some of the dust is missing. But I'm not kidding you. It is about 20 degrees above the plane of our zodiac. It's within the Taurus constellation. It is really far from here, having literal enmity with us, which is what will be claimed. What is claimed. It has an open mouth at the obvious head end, which is filled with dust because that's what nebula are. It even has reverse spade tail and backward ears. Like, dude, it's a serpent.
Yep.
And here's the really interesting part about the talking snake. The last statement of its curse, which curse means a promise or a statement of reality. That's what curse means. It doesn't have a bad or good connotation, actually. The end of the curse of the serpent is that we will bruise its head. Think about that. If there is a distant, gigantic nebula in outer space that we found, Deb just did the math. Good job.
Yeah, she's doing it. I didn't hear all what you said, though. Finish it.
I said the curse includes that we will bruise its head and it will bruise our heel.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so that's in space, you have to have 4 dimensions in order to find an object, unless you have a physical signature for the object itself. Okay? We know where that thing is, and the curse just told us where the next Earth is going to be. That's pretty cool. I can't wait to go through it. It's going to be gorgeous.
Wow.
Jesus performing miracles. They are miracles, and they're genuine miracles, you know, but they're not magic. If you could talk me out of the Bible and other religious stories, after I have invested so much, I mean, let's face it, I'm emotionally invested. I'm thoroughly persuaded. I think that it agrees with reality. So you'd have to use, I don't know what to disprove this to me. But if you could do that to my brain, that would be a big, big thing in my brain. Okay. That would change my attitude about life. Okay. And the text describes, there's 4 occasions where it gives a usage definition for a literal word. Okay? And the Christians know this, and they cherry pick when to use it and when not to. Just like in, I think it's in Daniel, the armor of God, and you have the sword of truth. And then in Revelation, you have a sword coming out of Jesus's mouth because he speaks the truth. It's not about lopping off heads. No. It describes an altar. It says that the altar has to be of 2 parts with the word of God written on it with no tool lifted upon it. That is, it's saying 2 things that are unchangeable with the word of God written in it. Old, New Testament. That's an altar. That's how you make sacrifices, is on an altar. That's just true because it changes minds. Okay? And Jesus raising from the dead. The dead is a pat phrase, which means those who don't believe and are going to die if they don't change their mind. That's what the dead means. After all, would it be true if I said Jesus was dead before he was born? That doesn't make any sense. However, the text says that Jesus is born of the dead. That is, he was a non-believer. He's a non-believer at first. Of course he was. Everyone's born a non-believer. No one's born with these ideas. So he's born out of the dead. He's raised out of the dead. Think of all the raising from the dead stories. Just slap on their forehead the word atheist. Use the definitions they give for what the words are and the way that they're using them. And realize it's all about reasoning and rationale and argumentation. That's what it's about. It's not about defeating or bending physics anywhere. It's just not there. It's also not about ending human life. That's also not there. In fact, it says that if you end a life, you're in big, big doo-doo.
Yeah.
Okay. So with the definitions
buddy?
given, it's actually consistent within itself. Peace and respect, rage.
Shit. Okay.
Find it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Here we go. Here it was. I'm sorry. I clicked off of it by accident.
Well, it depends on your definition of atheism. If you say atheism is a positive claim, then I'll say the babies are all born agnostic.
Are you talking about the dashing the babies against the rocks question?
No, we haven't hit that one yet. Yeah, no.
Yeah, someone asked. We'll do that one next.
It's perfectly just. It's perfectly just to sacrifice fleshliness in order to adopt a larger view that's not materialism. It's claiming that materialism doesn't make any sense. I totally agree. And as soon as a materialist tells me they're a materialist, I know they're a liar, because they just used a language which is an immaterial construct to express their materialism. They're already wrong.
Oh my.
They're already wrong. As soon as they make the claim, they're wrong.
Wow.
So what it's saying in these definitions and within the usage, and it requires a continuous reading frame, but how else would you know that something could even be true if it doesn't even at least have a continuous reading frame? Is that the sacrifices are not talking about literal animals, but kinds of people. And it's talking about I can show you camel, ox, goat, sheep. Dude, we use these expressions in this culture today. That person's a sheeple. What did I mean by that? Do I mean they have white woolly hair and they're cute little skipping animals? Is that what I meant? No. It means they can't think for themselves. They're a sheeple. If I say person, we still use it this way, by the way. And if you look into the definitions of all the biblical animals, it gives personality traits that those animals don't have. That guy's an ox. What does that mean? That he has horns on his head and really thick skin that's good for leather?
No.
I say strong and stubborn. That's what I say.
He's strong, he's stubborn, he's hard to change. You know, he wants to go in one straight line. He's hard to steer. Come on, dude, go this way. He's an ox.
Yeah.
And they mean camel, ass, sheep, goat, the same way. Donkey. Sense. It means the same. It's the same. A donkey, which by the way, there's two donkeys or ass. There's a she ass and a he ass in the Bible. Two different words. They're very close, but they're variations on the same root word. And a she ass is sure-footed, dependable, strong, and a good worker. And that makes sense as a person, and it doesn't really make sense as an animal, except when we anthropomorphize animals, that animal does kind of act like that. Okay. But then the he ass is rebellious, and he has coarse hair, and he's uncooperative. He's a pain. And that's kind of true of he asses. It's sort of true, but it's talking about aspects of people. It's really not talking about sacrificing animals. Now, would you say that it's bad if you not lose your skepticism Skepticism is good. But if you lost your cynicism, could that be good for you? Is it okay for you to kill an ox? I recommend it.
Oh, okay.
Because you'll think more clearly if you quit being such an ox. Not that Ox the person is like that necessarily. I don't know.
No, he's hard-headed too. It's okay. Yeah,
That's okay. That's okay. And it does that with the whole line of sacrifices. You know?
Mm-hmm.
Turtle
I
dove.
find that very,
what kind
very
of a person is a turtle dove? See, you already have an answer.
Loving. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, next thing, Sandy said, so it's all a matter of interpretation, just like everything else.
Absolutely. I will never deny I have an interpretation. That
so
is true.
They wanted Lucian Uranus, I guess a cousin of Titan, wants to know about dashing babies on rocks and what your opinion is on that.
Okay, the word I just identified, it's not rocks. First of all, it's stones.
Yes,
and it says what a stone is, and the stone means the Bible. Now, there are people who just don't know what to think about it. They call themselves agnostic skeptics. That's fine. They are in this way an infant, but they understand language fully. They're cognizant. They're able to think, but they don't have any maturity in these ideas. And yes, you should be proud of dashing a baby onto a stone. Absolutely. It's what I've been trying to do with Sammy for years. Actually, Sammy's not that innocent because he was a Jehovah's Witness and stuff. But you see my point. I use Sammy because he can handle me.
Sammy has paid attention and knows a lot of what you say, which is a compliment to you and to Sammy for keeping track.
It's not talking about literal infants. It's talking about someone being a spiritual infant, and that you throw the book at them. You stone them until they are completely different. They are fully and utterly changed, and you cannot change it back.
Yeah, and when they say stoning someone in the Bible, it's literally like the Bible. They're trying to get them to absorb the Bible. That's
right. When there is a Jewish word for kill, all right, and what it means is to end a life. But there's this other Jewish word slay, and the word kill appears twice in all of the Bible, and it's the apostles worried they're going to get their lives ended.
Okay,
and that's the only time the word kill appears. The rest of the time, it's slay, or a derivative of the word slay, which includes, could be to kill. I'll admit that. It could be to clap your hands together. It could be to give them a fine meal. It could be to present a stage play to them. It can be all of those things.
Now, why would they use slay if they already used kill? They would just use kill if it was about killing people.
Just tell me how to kill somebody, end their life by doing this. Tell me how to do that.
I don't know. You'd have to do it really loud and for a long time.
And they got bad shell shock.
Wow.
Or how it would be feeding them. How is that slaying someone? Or entertaining someone. How is that slaying them? But I am trying to be entertaining. I am trying to feed you. I'm trying to compliment you and applaud you for your free thinking and your skepticism. And why am I doing that? Because I'm trying to slay you.
See, this is my point. When you go back and look at the original fucking what those words actually mean and don't take them just like this is what the preacher said, changes a lot of shit. Like, entire
and you don't take them for the assumed
which is why I said
meaning.
Right, which is why I said the best way to understand Richard is to forget everything you knew before. Remember I told you that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Because you have to. Because
I can certainly justify something like within tribalism and people wanting to be special, but in a large group, We congregate in religions and religiosity. We'll participate in that because it fulfills certain needs. But that doesn't mean that's what the text reads.
Rage, if you want to come in, let me know, buddy. There's a couple
And
people
I'm
out
really
there
serious. You
I
can
will add to the
actually pick
panel.
any. Sorry. You
No,
can
you're
actually
fine. Go ahead.
pick any part of the text
Mhm.
where it looks like an immoral act or something that just doesn't make sense. And actually, the definitions disqualify Christianity. You can't keep Christianity in the Bible. There's no way.
It doesn't make sense anyways. Why would anybody want to keep it in the Bible?
So, well, there's
go
more
ahead, Deb.
questions, but no, it's okay. I was just going to ask for his take on something, but there's more questions. So put those up first.
Oh, okay. Just hold on to that if you want to
Yeah.
write it down. Mage says,
a miracle.
What's the difference
Sorry.
between magic and a miracle? Yeah.
Yeah. Magic, like Aaron Ross says, doesn't exist. Okay? Miracles do exist. And what I mean by a miracle is, let's say you had a hardcore anti-theist who was going around even preaching at 10-year-olds, telling them why their mom was wrong. And trying to destroy lives because the truth was more important than those family lives. Well, I want you to meet Richard Madsen 11 years ago, because I was totally doing stuff like that. Now, if you take a guy like that and you show him something that's practical and reasonable, logical, coherent within physics, and you go, hey, did you ever look at it this way? And that guy changes his mind, yeah, that's a miracle. It has nothing to do with defeating physics, however.
No, that makes sense. That makes sense completely. Completely.
What else we got here? Mage said it also gives a huge list of time, people, and life on there.
What?
I
Where?
think that was
What?
something-
Huh? What?
I don't know. Mage, what were you talking about when you commented that? I missed it. I'm sorry.
Can you bring it up so I can read it without having to
Sure.
look for it? Because you already found it.
Yeah.
It also gives a huge list of time, people, and life. I assume that's in there. Or, yeah, in there. Okay. Yes. Could I read you? I'll give you an example of one. If you guys have the patience for this.
Well, you could also bring it up on the screen if you want. We can share it however you want to do it.
Would you? Would you bring it up?
Sure.
Okay. Find in like Bible Hub or Blue Letter Bible or whatever. Find 1 Chronicles. Tell me when you're there.
1 second. Go.
The number 1, the word Chronicles, CHRON.
I know how to spell it. Keep going.
Okay. 6. Enter. Want to share that? I'll tell you just how bad Christianity is. This is a great example.
Hold on. I put in first, and I think I screwed it up. 6.
Yeah, you can't spell it out.
Okay, so just 6-1 is fine?
It's 1 Chronicles 6.
Okay.
Enter. And you have to use numbers.
I got 1 Chronicles 6-1.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that a whole bunch of list of and so-and-so, the so-and-so gave birth to the so-and-so and so-and-so and so, right?
There's a bunch of stuff, yes. Hold on.
Okay, you want to share that?
I don't know anything about this shit, so I'll let you look
right
at
on.
it. Give me one
No, it's
second.
fine.
Okay. All right, hold on. Let me I want to be able to see what's on the screen and what you're looking at. Okay. All
okay,
right.
now what you've
So
got here
this
is
is
different
1 Chronicles
versions of it.
6.
Just punch something blue somewhere on the left column. Just hit something
Doesn't
blue
matter.
over there.
Okay.
Now, all pretty much the same. Okay, now you got
All
the
right.
actual text. You want to read about the first 3 lines of that, please?
Oh, the sons of Levi, Gershon, Kohath, and Merari. The sons of Kohath, Amram, Izhar, Hebron, and Uziel. The children of Amram, Aaron, Moses, and Miriam. And then
You
the
can stop.
sons of Aaron.
It doesn't stop. That goes on like that for 53 more verses. Okay, you just read 3. It goes on for 53 verses of so-and-so, children of so-and-so, children of so-and-so, they birthed so-and-so, and it just keeps going like that. Now, what you're going to have when a Christian picks up the Bible is they're going to read that and you go, okay, I'm a believer. This is important. I'm going to power through this. I'm going to read this nonsensical crap that doesn't mean a damned thing to me. And they'll read it once, and they'll never read it again, and they will never, ever, ever, ever preach on it. You will never hear a preaching 1 Chronicles 6, 1 through 53. There is no such preaching. Search anywhere. Look it up online.
Okay.
Now, I'm going to read to you what you just read, but I'm going to read all of it. Biddy Buddha.
Yeah, you want to come in, Biddy, you can. I'm making exceptions for certain people who are highly intelligent about these subjects, and I never get to see. So if you want to come in, let me know. So open up over here. Go ahead.
Okay, so this is a little notebook. Well, that doesn't work very well, does it? I'll just talk to you about it. It's too close to green.
I think I can answer that real quick, Sammy, because it's a guide for Jesus. They're telling Jesus to give people knowledge of the Bible.
Yeah, that's the point.
It's all about Jesus dealing with end times. It's just a guide. So.
Okay, so I'm going to read to you the same thing you just read. Okay, and you're thinking like, why bother? Well, because there are definitions for these words in the Hebrew language. And
like
these definitions of what's that?
Like the begats.
Well, the word begat isn't there.
No, I know. I mean the names in the begats.
Yeah, the names have meanings.
Yeah, son and daughter. Oh. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, actually, it's only male names. There's no female names. But
you just gave me both definitions.
Okay, so I'm going to read to you the same thing you just read, only I'm not going to stop. You stop me when you want me to stop. I will stop.
Okay.
And I'm just going to read you a series of definitions. Now, I want to ensure you that I did not change the order of any of these names. Okay, that's really important. I did not change the order of them. These are simply those names translated from Hebrew into English. Ready?
Okay.
All right. This is the same list. I'm not kidding you. You can look this up yourself. United by a refugee, an ally to the bitter, an ally to high people, the anointing seat of association and the strength of God from high people. The wish of God drawing out people rebelliously. The wish of God and a volunteer worshiper of God. God is a helper from the high desirable place. God is a helper against the mouth of a serpent. The Father of plenty will depopulate from the forceful. Jah, that's a nickname for God, Jehovah. Jah has risen rebelliously. Jah has said his brother of goodness and his just brother of anger has helped. Jah has helped sending him. Jehovah has favored, so Jah has helped. Jah has said the brother of goodness is just in his retribution and a portion of Jah. Jah has helped. Jah has prevailed. Jehovah has righted. Jehovah has righted and went when the Lord carried away the celebrated and founded a peaceful place by employing the hand of a great stone. I'm going to stop right there.
You can stop there.
Yeah.
See, that
Okay,
doesn't
is
look
that
like
a-
a bunch of list of names. That doesn't sound like a bunch of list of names to me.
Okay, so when the Jews say the Christians don't read the Old Testament, they're not joking.
Oh, I know. Yeah, I know they don't. They don't read shit. They listen to
Well,
their
they
minister
don't even
talk
know
about
those
what the
aren't
minister
names.
said of their 30 talking points. It's just what they keep doing.
Well, even those ministers who do think they're reading the Bible do not read Torah. They don't.
Yeah.
Because it is in some places under translated. So they don't even know what it's talking about. They have no clue. By the way,
craziness.
someone took that list of names and tried to figure out how old the earth is. Does that even make sense to try to figure out how old the earth is based on what I just read?
I mean, I didn't hear anything about a time span anywhere.
There's nothing there.
Craziness. Okay, so J Dragon said, listening to Richard explain these points makes me imagine that a Bible verse of flat earthers took root and won out, and that is the version of religion that survived to modern day.
In some sects, that's true. It is very much like that.
You know, someone said, Joe Cool said earlier that he said you have to, it's similar. It's just like Sumerian. There's overlaps or something, or parallels is what he said. And just so you guys know, from what I've heard from Richard, that all of the religions overlap. They're pretty much all saying the same fucking thing and talking about the same God. But anyways,
It's
I'm
kind
not
of like
talking about people with multiple gods. I'm not talking about that.
it's the same story from slightly different perspective and taking into account cultural value differences. Like the word cow to me means beef and it means milk. So it means food and leather. That's what cow means to me.
Right.
To a Hindi person, a cow does not mean food or leather. No, it doesn't mean that. So you can't use cow the same way for those reasons. So in a European culture, if you want to describe food, you'd say cow. That's fine. But in Hindi culture, and you say cow, that means ancestor. To say food, you have to say, I don't know, pita bread, something else besides cow. You're muted. Beck, you're muted. Beck, am I muted?
Shit, no, it was me. I forgot I muted myself. So is Richard saying those names tell a story of this world in that order?
Yes. In the order given, which I did not change the order at all. Those are literally just word for word translations in the order given. And yes, it tells the story of this earth, specifically the story of end times where the beast of Satan is defeated by Christ. That's the story in the 1 Chronicles 6.
Yeah. Mage said, sorry, sometimes people end life in the Bible trying to type with a bird jumping all over me.
What kind of bird?
Is that what you said? Sometimes people end life in the Bible? Is that what you were saying? I mean, yeah,
no,
but
the Bible
but
isn't
the point
about
is, Richard's point is, it's probably not reading what you think it reads, Mage. You know, it's almost like, this is how I think of it. It's almost like, for what Richard's saying, that the Bible was written in kind of like a code. But really what it is people translate the Bible, and we all know this to be true. People translate the Bible over and over again to say what they want it to say.
That is true.
That's one of the clinchers that makes what Richard says interesting. Because they have changed it over and over. And the guy last night was like, oh, no, in the Bible. And I'm like, which I didn't get a chance to say it, but I was going to say, so you have like the best Bible there, right? And I was waiting for him to say, yeah, it's King James Version. I was going to say, you should go back to Matthew 15:37. That's the most clean version of the Bible.
At least. You ought to go back to the Masoretic text and the Greek lexicon is what you ought to do. But it's cumbersome and it's a lot of work, and people don't like to do that.
Yeah. Well, I did after speaking. Richard and I had a 2-week discussion in 2013, I think, via a tractor trailer run across the United States. And damn it, did I just forget what I was going to say?
We were in your truck. You were still trucking. We were having a 2-week long conversation about. Yep,
Anyway.
You lost it.
Oh, I might get it back. You never know.
Yeah.
Cow means a roadblock in Hindi.
That's a good point. That could mean a roadblock, something you can't drive around. That's a good definition of cow.
And an unmovable force. Not allowed to touch that cow.
That's right. No, that's a great example of how they look at cow differently.
Yeah.
Now me, I'd be more likely to like weld railroad spikes onto my front bumper in case there are cows in the road. I don't have to stop. I'd get to take it home with me.
Yeah. Yeah. Sammy, since you were talking about words and names and such, yeah, I find it fascinating too. The begats that I mentioned, all these male names basically say a guy, a male person who is going to create a household or something like that, right?
You mean the word building block, son, or that's literally
building.
How you build a family. Yeah, that's what. Yeah. When it says stone, like foundation stone, that kind of stone, it means building a family, not building a physical structure.
Right. Okay, that makes sense.
That's universal in the text.
Jade.
It's just funny because Christians know this.
It's like translation from something to horseman versus pony boy. Very different meanings, but if you aren't familiar with the nuance, and it's an easy error to make. Well, yeah, but
sure.
You have to think though too, those kings and stuff that force people to change the Bible and rewrite it or kill them if they didn't write it the way they want. They were really worried about the translation. They wanted to say what they wanted it to say. And so, I mean, yeah, you can go back and take words and find a different meaning for them all day. It doesn't mean it's the correct meaning.
Right.
Like stone. So
it's just like, okay, there's 7 different words for love in Hebrew. When you write them in English, they all come out love. But now you need to have some like adverbs and stuff added to it to qualify what kind of love, right?
Right.
Because the Jewish word was a specific kind of love, right? And Christians know that's true, but then they think it doesn't apply to words like head. Well, I got this lump on top of my neck. That's a head, right? I can notch an arrow. It's got a Sharpie point. That's a head.
Yeah.
There can be water in a flash flood. It's got a face that's the front. That's the head. Mm-hmm. Those are very different things. And if you don't look up the etymology of what they meant by head, you got no clue what they're talking about.
It could also mean a leader, a head of a group of people.
Yes.
It can mean so many. I just thought of like 5 other things while you were saying that. Yeah.
Right. And it's easy to do. And that's the way language works, right? Yeah. But if you don't look up the etymology of the word, you would never guess that a slave is a worshiper. You would never guess that. Because what slave is going to worship their master? Well, a slave who believes that the master is benevolent, that's which one. But you'd never guess that was there.
Right. Craziness. Good question, Mage. How do you know you have the correct decoding and things like 1 Chronicles 6 really is just a list of names?
Right on. Well, there's some practical reasons. No, it's a great question.
Yeah.
I don't know how closely you paid attention to what I'd read, but we just had if it's just a list of names, we had an ancient Jewish woman and man who had a firstborn son and believe in God, who named him the mouth of a serpent. No, You can't be an ancient Jew naming your child mouth of a serpent. That's Phineas. Okay. Unless they're trying to curse the child, which doesn't explain why he's a blessing and in a list of blessings. That wouldn't make sense. And in fact, all the names are like that, telling a story. And some parts of the story are bad, and I didn't read it all to you. But it goes on about these two really, really bad characters who have to be killed after they kill a really good character. Yeah, but you already know that story. And to more directly answer, aside from that one example, the reason we think things are true are the following: they comport with reality. They don't stretch or deny physics, right? They comport with reality, as in they're plausible in how we do know physics does work, right? They're coherent within themselves. That is, they don't defeat classical logic by saying I am A and B simultaneously in the same way at the same time. It can never make that statement. If something makes that statement, it is not true in reality. It's the simplest explanation. It doesn't have additional complexity that's not necessary, right? The complexity that is there is necessary, right? There is evidence where you expect evidence to be, and a lack of evidence where you expect a lack of evidence. Like if the story is that a piece of wood got burnt up, you shouldn't still find the piece of wood, but you should find ash. If a person says, I threw away my vacuum cleaner, you shouldn't be able to go to the closet and look, and there's the vacuum cleaner. That evidence should be missing if the story is true, right?
Yes.
And on like that. So it's the standard ways that we know something is the best explanation is what I believe I'm holding to. If you find where I'm not holding to that, please point it out, and I will work to correct myself or change my view on that thing, because I want to believe what's true. So it's correspondence, coherence, classical logic, simplest as possible, but still enough to explain what is there, having evidence where expected and no evidence where not expected. That's how you know something's true.
I think that's very, it should be very thought-provoking to people, because people should not just believe a story that another person tells them just based on that person. You know, you need to investigate, because I think you would probably agree, Richard, that 9 times out of 10, if not 10 out of 10, the truth of any story lies in the middle of the two sides. And neither person is telling you completely factual points. They tell you the part of it that makes them look like they're in the right and not in the wrong. So, you know, so you got to run down the middle.
A sun conure. I don't even know what that is.
I don't either.
Sounds pretty.
They are beautiful. They're green at the bottom, and they have a fade yellow orange to almost a red, really dark orange, almost to a red.
Oh, how pretty.
On just their head. And they are beautiful, and they are very conures. If they don't like you, don't touch them. They are not afraid to bite the shit. I got bit by Chandra had a dusky conure. And what are they called? Is it like Quaker parrot or something weird? They're little chubby, all green, only 2 different colors. Parrots, and they're like one of the smallest ones, and they are both of them just mean little fuckers. Anyways, where were we? I had to make coffee and pee. Sorry, guys. You know, Richard, if you need a break, we can fill in while you go have a cigarette and take a piss. You probably do.
I do.
Coffee. Okay. So, Deb, what do you think? What's some
I think-
thoughts that you want to
I think
discuss?
your brother's fascinating, first off.
Yeah, he
and
really is.
I love the fact that you can pose a question to him and he'll take the time to think about it and pull things, together.
Yeah.
And give you an argument. You could tell that not even an argument, just his perspective on what you're saying. Because I think that is what not only Christians, but atheists who try to disprove the Bible will be looking at him to go, huh. And I think it proves that when you look at things like that, you can always find a middle ground. I would hope it's when you put human emotion into things or belief systems that you find that there is no common ground and everybody hates everybody. Because if we were nice enough to each other, it would be great. But that's not the way
ain't
society is
happening
today, unfortunately.
Right, yeah.
And what the hell is going on with Rage to Reason's face? Or
What's up, Rage?
How y'all doing?
Oh, that's his still picture. God, I'm so dumb.
Yeah, he uses that in the
swear.
bottom corner whenever he's like live and he's trying to present something. He'll leave, and it's funny when he's playing a game and you see that face down there in the corner.
Yeah,
you were talking about
I intentionally
like
do that.
Really, you were talking about really like calm and chill discussion, and every time I looked down on the corner and saw that, I was like, that is not appropriate right now.
Yeah, I always try to take my thumbnail pictures like I have a surprised look on my face, or I'm really angry. One of the two.
Oh, I do all kinds of silly stuff. Oh, here we go. Real quick, since everybody missed it, I have a new intro. We'll see the outro later, but I want to do the intro real quick just because it's fun. Check it out.
It is fun.
Hey, everybody. How's everybody been? Welcome on back. I'm getting it ready. I'm scrubbing up, brushing my teeth, getting me some damn coffee, because everybody needs some coffee. Eat you a good breakfast, because this thing's about to hit.
I love that.
All out of my
Okay.
Bitmoji on my phone.
You better make sure that outgoing thing has an orange cat in it and not just gray, because he'll figure it out.
He
He'll be
won't let
mad
me
at-
brush his teeth anyways. He'd
Smart
bite
ass.
me. No, they only had the gray kitty, but that's okay. That's all right. So, yeah, I've just been playing around a little bit. I think I'm gonna stick with the what's the Beck. Oh, I spelled that wrong. Or what?
Did you?
No, what the Beck? I did say that. I did spell that right. I'm changing it on myself. I don't even know what I'm doing. So, what are you thinking, there, Knocker? You were listening to that stuff. What's some thoughts you have, sir?
Well, I find Richard fascinating, and I think I was confused on a lot of things. He clarified a lot of things, and it got even more fascinating with me last night. But yeah, he clarified with me that he is kind of a universalist. He does. He kind of sees all religions as the face of one, and he just uses Jesus because it's going to be more easily understood by people, right? So,
Of course,
yeah,
because we're in America.
Yeah. So, I think it's fascinating. I have a syllogism I want to run by Richard, but I'm not sure if it will apply to him, and that's what I'm interested in, to see if it would apply to him or not, because I think I came across this. I didn't write it. Somebody else came up with it. I got it from this guy Jake. I have no idea who he was, but it's a brilliant argument, and it pretty much it's an argument for Christianity being a false religion. And I want to see if it would apply to what Richard's worldview, because I'm not sure that it would.
So before we get too deep into anything else, I'm going to have to go because I've got to go rest my back. So pain meds are wearing off. Got to take some more. So I will talk to you guys later. As always, love you, Beck.
Love you
Talk to
too,
later.
sweetheart.
Well, have a good
Thanks
one.
for the great discussion. See you soon.
Absolutely. Thank you for inviting me.
You bet.
And I know about them pain pills wearing off. It sucks.
Anyways, what were you saying, Rich?
Well, I have this syllogism. It's a syllogism for is Christianity a false religion? It's not mine.
Oh, is that what it is? Okay.
Yeah, it's not mine. I got it from this dude named Jake. I've never seen him before, but I'm going to be covering him here in about an hour, or covering the conversation he had with Nicholas Whitmire here in about an hour. And he had this syllogism for why Christianity is a fake religion, and I think it's a great argument. But I'm not sure if it would apply to Richard's worldview. So that's kind of what I'm interested in.
Well, I mean, in general, it would, because, well, he's not against religion. He's against the indoctrination that the churches do, and the fact that what everybody says is incorrect in his reading frame.
I know he reads the Bible differently, and it's kind of centered around Hebrew prophecy in the Old Testament. So I'm wondering if I'm almost certain he would have a different way of looking at it than, say, a Christian would, because
he'll absolutely I mean, read it to him, he'll probably just come back with, this is what it really should say according to the Bible. And this is how I'm interested. Yeah, no, that's interesting. I'm glad you brought one with you. I love interesting questions. And
I know, like, Nicholas's answer to it was I thought really weak, but the Christians in his side chat, which there's only a few of them, but like the Christians in his side chat were going crazy, like, yeah, that's it. And I'm like, that's like the dumbest thing I've ever heard. But I'm almost certain that Richard would see it completely different, and it's all about the animal sacrifice system. So yeah, when he gets back, I've got it. I've got it up on a slide that I'm going to be using in my screen, so I could share my screen when he comes back and he could read it.
Yeah, that's cool. Absolutely, we can do that. Hello, Dr. Josh. And I know it's not Megan, because she doesn't come on saying such outlandish things in the chat. How you doing, buddy? It's good to see you. Yeah, it's like I tell everybody, I don't subscribe to a God, or I don't believe it. I've never seen it. I need it put in my hand, proof is in the pudding kind of person. And I told him if what it takes is end times and his spaceship arrives, then I'll know he's right and I'll get on the fucking thing. Which is a very interesting. Oh, one second. Which is a very interesting point, because people think that Richard's trying to convert them, and he's really not. He's really not. Really, what his goal is here is for people to understand his reading frame of the Bible, in case he's right and the world starts falling apart, so we know it's coming and what to do.
Well, and I definitely
really what he's really trying to help people and save lives, from his point of view. Yeah.
I think he's on to something. Christians.
I've never seen him so honest in my life, Knock. Yeah. I've never seen him so compassionate about 200% all in. I've never seen him so passionate about anything except for like working on vehicles and building houses and fixing big trucks. Like, that's the only thing he was ever into before. And this is absolutely something I'd never seen before 2012 in him.
Yeah. And I'm not sure if I I know I don't subscribe to a lot of the things he believes, because I'm not, when it comes to ancient astronaut theory, for one, the shit they put on the History Channel is just ridiculous, and it shouldn't be taken seriously at all. But when considering the notion of it, and I think the notion of it should probably be taken seriously. I've always been the type I'm gonna have to see an alien before I believe it. I got to see it with my own eyes. But I think he's onto something, especially in regards to reading the Bible, and because Christians, they read it in a certain way, and a lot of it depends on how you were brought up to read it. A lot of it depends on how your church kind of teaches you how to read it, but it's all based on established hermeneutics, right? And Richard reads it with an open mind. I've done that in the past too. The conclusions that Richard has come to reading the Bible I think is there. I think that if you are reading it without the context of what you've been told your entire life, or without the context of established Christian hermeneutics, then what Richard is saying is kind of spot on. Like, you can interpret this Bible completely different than what the religion of Christianity has put forward for 2,000 years.
Yeah.
You know,
it does.
I think I sent my either my paper or my video to Dr. Josh, but I made a video about it because I pulled like 92 passages out of the Gospels that I think could be interpreted to like an alien visitation story.
Yeah, I have lots of thoughts on that. It's yeah, I think it's funny, first of all, that atheists are more open to listening to my brother than Christians are, because the Christians are like, you're a heretic. That's not what it says. So they get all shitty about their position, and they're the ones that listen the least to what he says. And it really blows my mind. You would think that anybody talking about their God, they'd be interested in what they're saying. But, you just said something different than my pastor has told me since I was 6. So I'm not believing you.
You get hung up on because on the God is an alien. Let me see. Where's that at? All right.
Knock, I'll be right here if you want to share that. I'll keep an eye on. Just make some coffee.
Yeah, Richard, I want to get your perspective on this. What you think about this?
Yes, sir.
Let me find, because I've got it on like the same screen as that. So we'll present that screen, and then I will put it on that. So once Beck throws that on, I'll put it up for you. But how you doing, man? I really enjoyed the conversation.
Me too. It's an honor.
All right, so it says, I found this. I'm going to be covering this at 8:00. It better be 8:00. Hopefully, I didn't set it for 7, but I think it's 8:00. And it's this conversation that Nicholas Whitmire, whom I still, despite all the changes I've made, consider to be absolutely batshit crazy.
Okay.
But he had a conversation with this guy named Jake, and Jake presented this syllogism. And I think it's a really good syllogism that would stump a lot of Christians if they thought about it. But I'm not sure if it would even phase your worldview, your version of your version of Christianity. So I wanted to run it by you real quick.
Sure.
So one is, if God's plan for salvation was to send Jesus to die for the sins of the world, then Hebrew prophets would not have predicted the end times restoration of the animal sacrificial system. Premise 2 is, Hebrew prophets did predict an end times restoration of the animal sacrificial system. 3, which follows from 1 and 2, therefore it was not God's plan of salvation to send a Messiah to die for the sins of the world. Premise 4, if it is not the plan of God's salvation to send a Messiah to die for the sins of the world, then Christianity is a false religion. Conclusion, Christianity is a false religion. What do you think about that? And does that even really phase how you interpret the Bible?
Well, no, it doesn't phase how I interpret the Bible, but it is a good argument against a lot of Christian sects. I have to agree with that. And you'll hear Christians say things like, "Oh, the Old Testament doesn't matter anymore." I'm sorry, it does still matter. Now, a person needs to understand what the animal sacrifices are in order to actually defeat this. Now, if it means physically killing turtle doves and sheep and letting goats loose into the wilderness and sacrificing bullocks and all this sort of thing, if it meant that, this would be a great argument. But that's a shallow reading of the text and what the sacrifices are. And the Bible opens up with like a synopsis of what it's going to talk about. Call it a teaching plan. And when it comes to sacrifice, the first sacrifice in the Bible is, of course, Cain and Abel, where Cain, which means transition, kills his brother Abel which means vanity, which is why vanity has to be raising sheep, because it's fleshliness. It's the whole idea of flesh, not just flesh itself. And why Cain, who has to transition, has to be growing row crops, because that's like material wealth rather than fleshliness. And that's why they're different in the Hebrew mind. So transition goes out into something that is to him a wilderness. In the King James, it reads field, but wilderness would be better, actually, to the more original idea. He goes into this wilderness, this unfamiliar place where you might perish, right? And he slays vanity, that is to say, fleshliness, worldliness, materialism. That is, he realizes that he is a spiritual being. He's not just a physical flesh with a brain that has a emergent property of mind. He's more complicated than that. So that's why God protects him after that, is because he just realized that he's a bigger thing than he thought. And why he's rejected by, and you'll tell me this is true, that why he's rejected by those who are still materialistic, and why he becomes a vagabond, and why God protects him, and why God prospers him in the land of Nod, incidentally an already existent city of people, but not his direct relatives. And that's also why Cain and Abel are not in the lineages. They're not people. They're aspects of an individual talking about their growth.
That's exactly what I was about to say. They're not really individuals at all, are they? And that's why people are like,
they're
well,
you.
they're not in there as
they're you, they're rage, they're me.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, and I think the best way, pretty much the only way to really defeat this argument is to try to say that it's not being literal when it speaks of burnt offerings in the millennial temple. I think it's hard to do that. But what I was thinking from your point of from your worldview is that the Jesus of this world hasn't existed yet, right? So he hasn't made his sacrifice yet. So when he comes back to make his sacrifice, and makes his sacrifice in that period, in that millennial temple period, animal sacrifice would have to come back because and honestly, probably should still be going on because he hasn't come yet. So that was the salvation system pre-Jesus. It probably should still be. But I was thinking, like, this doesn't really phase you, mainly because Jesus hasn't been here to forgive the sins yet, right? So to where this like I said, the conventional Christian answer, the answer that Nicholas gave was that it was all typography, and it was pretty much just a shadow of Christ, what they're referring to. But like Ezekiel 43:18 through 46 is really, really specific, really specific. It's talking about the millennial temple. It's talking about end times. And it says, and he said to me, Son of man, thus says the Lord God, these are the ordinances for the altar. On the day when it is erected for offering burnt offerings upon it and for throwing blood against it, you shall give to the Levitical priest of the family of Zadok, who draw near to me to minister in me, declares the Lord God, a bull from the herd for a sin offering. And you shall take some of its blood and put it on the four horns of the altar and on the four corners of the legend. So like it's very specific language. So when Christians are trying to say that this isn't being literal, it's like, well, later is saying it's giving you very, very specifics. When you have finished purifying it, you shall offer a bull from the herd without blemish and a ram from the flock without blemish. You shall present them before the Lord, and the priest shall sprinkle salt on them and offer them up as burnt offering to the Lord. Like, that's specific. You have to take that literally, right? Like, so when they are trying to argue against it, they're arguing against their worldview, and they're mainly only arguing it because it's a legitimate argument, and they can't break it down. They can't defeat the premises. But for you, it's not an issue because Jesus hasn't been here yet. There is no Messiah that has come for salvation. yet.
I can actually go into more detail about it. Where the text reads priest or high priest, that description of that person has to be a description of Jesus. That is, Jesus is the one giving the sacrifices.
Mhm.
And where these animals represent personality traits of people groups. You know, these people are stubborn because they're like oxes. These people you can't work with because they're like male asses. These people you can't work with because they're just sheeple. They just follow the tradition. They can't think.
Mhm.
Is talking about Jesus causing the sacrifice. The high priest causes the sacrifice. And when an offering is given because of the high priest to make him pure, that makes sense too. And it's consistent. Jesus is born in the tribe of Reuben. So the sacrifice for the high priest, him being the lamb, and of the tribe of Reuben, has to be a bull and a ram. It has to be. And it has to be without blemish, and it has to be put on the four corners of the altar. And it describes the other kind of altar aside from Bible being the earth itself. And the reason it has four horns is because of east, north, south, and west. That there are four corners of the earth, so to speak, these four cardinal directions, and that his blood will be covering the earth. That's what it's saying. So it's not denying the sacrifice of Christ, or that Christ is the priest who makes sacrifice of people, these people groups. It's confirming all that. It's just saying the same thing again to me.
Yeah. I appreciate it, Richard. I wanted to get your take on it. You can go ahead and take it down. Beck.
Now I want to give credit where credit is due. Is this Jake? I'm unsure of his last name. Bartarella.
I'm not sure. I've never seen him before. He might be around, but he seemed really smart.
Is
a lot
he
smarter
Islamic?
than me. No. Oh no, yeah, it's not Jake the metaphysician. This was a agnostic dude. I'd never seen him in the community before, but he seemed pretty smart, and he had a conversation.
Well, he's making good observations. He is.
Yeah,
no doubt.
Yeah. Oh, I think it's a good argument. I'm going to use it just to see what like normal normies call how they handle it. But I think your worldview is interesting because a lot of the issues we as non-believers, like I would say we as atheists, but I'm just truly not really seeing myself as an atheist anymore. I'm an agnostic myself, and I used to hate it. I used to hate agnostics. Like, you're just a damn atheist. But all right,
that's what people tell me. But I'm like, no, I don't. Here's my honest take on it. I don't know.
Yeah, well, and that's where I'm at.
Every single fucking form of the Bible. I'm not versed in Hebrew. I don't know about Sumerian shit like Dr. Josh. I am not educated in it. How the fuck can somebody like me who knows this much compared to all this say, "Oh, I know for sure"? I can't. I think a lot of atheists can't, and they don't want to fucking admit that.
Well, and
I
they just
admit
don't.
it.
I don't think about it.
I don't know enough to disprove or prove it.
Yeah, they just don't think about it. And I just started thinking about it. I'm like, how can I really say? And as as the raging atheist, although I would often try to label myself as an agnostic atheist and I don't know, blah blah blah. As the raging atheist, I was blatantly making this inadvertent claim that God is impossible, and would sometimes reiterate that with just like plain speech. But it's like how I came to the realization is I declared myself an atheist because I rejected the Christian God. That's not an atheist. That's anti-Abrahamic. If you haven't looked at the rest of the religions, like I said, how can like you just said, it's like, how can you really reject them until you really look at them? And a lot of them are non-atheistic religions. And then we also get hung up on this classical theism definition of God. And there are a lot of different definitions for God, a lot of different concepts, a lot of different ways to think of what a God might be. Like,
oh my God, no, it didn't. Arg! I went to take out his stream thing because he didn't remove it.
And it killed him too.
And it kicked him. with it. Damn it. Come back. I didn't mean it.
Yeah, there are logical inconsistencies. That is, in classical logic, these things can't be true in the Christian claims about Yahweh. Specifically, the quad omni claims that God is perfectly good all the time, that
Right.
he is that he knows all true propositions, past and future, that he has every power possible, that is omnipotence, and that he is also everywhere simultaneously, or omnipresent.
Right.
Those four things cannot exist in one being simultaneously. Here's why. If you knew everything of the future, then you know everything you're ever going to do, because that would be part of the future, right? But then your knowledge of that, it being a fact of reality, would mean you can never change it. Now, one possible power is choices. So then God doesn't have the power to make choices.
Right.
So he can't be all powerful and all knowing.
I have a very controversial guest to bring in. And I don't know how you and Rage feel about this guy, but we're gonna find out.
We're human.
Oh, fuck the Irish.
Come on. Take it outside. Take it outside.
Love you, brother. How you doing?
I'm good. I'm good. How are you?
Good. Did you get your balls washed? I messaged him on Twitter and said, blah, 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 I'm gonna do this. He's like, oh, well, you know, I'm really grungy and I need time to wash my balls. And I was like, please go wash your balls. I really want
I need to wash my balls. They were very sweaty. Worked hard today.
You make sure to grab to hit that taint. You got to hit the taint.
Oh, you don't know that expression, do you?
You don't know what the taint is, right? So it's that place between your balls and your asshole,
or between a vagina and asshole, depending on your talk. It goes both ways.
Your
goes both ways.
We call it your gooch.
It's asexual.
And I do apologize for that. Like StreamYard did a weird thing. He's like, we are no longer connected to your Facebook page, and just zipped me out of everything. I had to like reconnect to my Facebook page.
We call it the gooch.
But it could have been God, like, shut up, Knock, shut up. You know, God didn't want me to
the Hebrew word pudenda, to walk, means to stretch the pudenda. So that
Thank you for that interesting fact, Richard.
Oh yeah, sure.
Now you know another word. See, he's been digging way too much into Hebrew. He knows all the words.
No, not even close.
He knows
all
his
the ones that
interpretation.
pertain to him and the Bible.
He knows his interpretation. Yeah.
So,
oh my goodness, how are you, honey? How you feeling?
I'm doing all right. I'm alive.
Well, me too. I just have a big smile when I'm in public. Anyways.
Fake it till you make it, right?
I've been keeping her busy. I'm sorry.
That's the rest of that for you, Robbie. Taint ass, and it taint cock.
Am I low? Should I turn myself up?
No.
No, you're good.
No, you're fine.
Oh no, just making sure.
So Knock, do you know the logical problem of the Trinity and the logical problem of omniscience?
Those
are worth looking into.
Yeah, I haven't looked into them yet. But I'm right now. I'm trying to get into the theory of knowledge, but I'm not sure if I'm ready for it. But I'm about to try to get into it.
Right on.
But what was it again? So I can write it down. I'll look into it.
The LPT, or logical problem of Trinity. That's a great argument against Christianity. The Islamic guys that I argue with, they use that a lot. And also the logical problem of omniscience.
Awesome. Thank you, Richard. Yeah, I'll definitely look at those. I probably heard them argue before, and I just
probably, yeah,
I can't recall them.
And that's what educating ourselves does. It changes all these long, clumsy explanations into short terms and shorthand, so we can say it more concisely.
Yeah. Well, I'll definitely say, I'll definitely never say fuck philosophy again. I mean, since I've started learning it, it definitely has become very helpful.
Do you know that fuck philosophy is a philosophical statement?
Yes, Khalil Allah told me. You was there, Richard. You was there.
So Reggie says the concept of a god isn't well defined and has many differing and conflicting characteristics depending on who or where you're getting a definition. Of course.
True story. The word God is way too general, and that is a problem. For instance, the Bible opens up with Elohim, a group of powerful beings that may or may not be benevolent. They may be malevolent. And then it describes Yahweh, and that has really good, solid definition. And the Father has really good, solid definition. So when Christians saying God, they're just being lazy. They shouldn't do that. Or maybe irresponsible.
Now, what
I
about
agree.
for like Jews when they say God? They usually seem to be pretty directly referring to what you seem to be referring to as the Father. Is that, or that also seems to a lot of times kind of go undefined? Would you consider that lazy or undefined or?
Well, if you're talking about a specific people like the Jews who mean it a certain way, and I look up their definition of what they mean by that, and it's consistent, then I'm going to say that's a good definition because it's well defined, you know.
Okay.
But Elohim is not well defined, and a lot of what was Elohim got translated into Jehovah or God in like the King James, and that's just not telling me anything, and that's not good.
Okay.
I want to learn more, and I think it doesn't get talked about enough. Is the fact that Judaism started polytheistic, and I want to learn more about the polytheistic nature of Judaism. And I mean, it even refers to other gods in the Bible. I know Ocean Keltoy made this phenomenal video about a story in the Bible that's actually referencing a struggle between Yahweh, the God, and another god. I can't remember the other god's name. And Yahweh actually loses that struggle. It was a fascinating video. That's on my like to-do list. Is like I really want to find out about the polytheistic nature of the way of Judaism at its root. And I don't think it gets talked enough in regards because Christians have such reversion or they're just like repelled by polytheism, but yet their very own religion is rooted within this the pantheon of polytheism.
And that's why the logical problem of the Trinity is important to know, so you can argue that very point.
Oh yeah, cool. I'll definitely be looking into that, Richard.
Okay, so where are we now?
Maynard mentioned in the chat that Enki and Enlil were the Elohim.
Yes, Enki and Enlil would have been an Elohim. That's true. And
You
several
said
other
Elohim,
things.
they said the Elohim.
I understand that. I'm only willing to concede to an Elohim.
Any comment about that, brother?
The Jewish tradition, Abraham confronts polytheism and bashes the idols. Okay, well that is a very specific perspective or way to look at it, and that's fine. But I think when you start talking about, and here's the problem, and Khalil brought this up in my mind. Is it even a Trinity? Well, actually, you've got God, then the Father, then the Holy Ghost, and the Son. And why did we get to forget about the angel of God? That's now 5 separate things. So
who was the angel of God? Was it like the Metatron or whatever his name was?
Well,
the Octagon.
What's that? Metatron, Octagon, polygons. Yeah, the angel of God is not supposed to be the Father traditionally, but is supposed to directly represent God. Is sometimes thought to be Michael or Uriel or Gabriel. Is the angel of God. So, but nobody thinks that when Jacob is being renamed Israel, that he was wrestling with the Father. You see? He's wrestling with some other angel who's not the Father and he's obviously not the Son, nor is he the Holy Ghost, nor is he God, but he's the angel of God. And they just completely leave that out, where the angel of God is given all the authority of God. Well, that should be a problem.
Does it say the angel of God or an angel of God? I don't remember specifically.
I'd have to look it up, but my impression was the.
Okay.
Well, I mean, that would make sense because, when Gabriel came down from the heavens and impregnated Mary, she passed the Holy Spirit to Mary. So she passed the power of God to Mary. Or Gabriel. Is there even female angels? That's a good question.
Well, they're not taken to marriage, but there are apparently female and male angels. Yeah.
I think that people have been arguing about that forever. You never see a female angel in any of the old paintings. But like Gabriel basically had the power of God and put it into Mary for Mary to have Jesus.
Right. Which I don't take as being so figurative as the Christians normally do, but that she is pregnant with the Holy Ghost. That is, she's a staunch believer.
And to what Holy Spacco says, and I want to look into that because that could just be like a response to their break away from polytheism. But this is why I want to look into the original aspects, see how legit it is and all of that. So. Oops. I was kind of AFK when you put her comment up.
I think it all depends on how you look at it and what you mean by monotheism. Like you could say of Hinduism that they have all these different iterations and emanations of the three major gods, but you just threw away Brahma. Well, how'd you get to throw away Brahma, the one and only creator? Well, if Brahma is the highest and the original first and only one and only creator, that's monotheism. Now you're just talking about demigods or angels and archangels and stuff like that are emanations from that God. And I mean, it just depends on how you mean it.
The angels always confused me. I never truly understood the angels or their place. Yeah.
I never understood the angels as being male or female, but like that might just be like upbringing and cultural stuff rather than like what was scriptural. So
I could give you some scriptural evidence that I think is decisive on that. Savage.
Yeah.
If you go to the book of Revelation, chapter 7, verses 9 through 15, so 9 to the end.
Do you have any besides Revelations? Revelations is kind of one of those books that like a lot of people are like the like Messianic Jews and stuff like will follow like the New Testament, but not Revelations. Like it's one of those that's like, eh.
Well, it's the only commentary, so I don't have something else to use.
Okay.
So I apologize that I've got nothing else.
I was just asking. No, you're fine.
Okay. I mean, other than it saying things like angels have the ability to interact with physicality.
What was it, chapter and verse you said, Richard?
Revelation 7, 9 through 15.
Right. If you want to share a screen, I have it there.
I was just about to, okay. You got it?
Oh, yeah. I have this information. Our show.
This is his ace.
So in 8, it was just finishing up the 144,000, 12,000 from each tribe of Israel. That's 8. And then we have a topic change. I think it's a pretty obvious topic change because it just numbered 144,000. Okay. So 144,000 is a number that was counted. That's obvious, right? After this, I beheld, and lo, a great multitude, which no man could number. Okay. So it's a topic change, and that's obvious. We agree. And of all nations and kindreds, peoples and tongues stood before the throne and before the Lamb, clothed in white robes, present tense clothed. They're already in the righteousness, the white robes, right? And palms in their hands, which you do have a palm in your hand. You just have to extend your fingers, not make a fist. Okay.
And we actually talked about this earlier about the clothes of a different cloth thing. they'll all be the same cloth because it's all the white robes. Go ahead. I just want to throw that in there.
Is this palms as referring to palms of the hand, or palms as in referring to the plant of the palm?
Actually,
Like a
the
palm
plant, the palm plant was named after the human hand.
Yes, but my question is, like, in this verse, in what was this in Aramaic? What was the word that was used, and was it a word that refers to the palm of the hand?
It means the cup of the hand.
Okay, the Aramaic word that was used here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. And palms in their hands, and crowd with a loud voice saying, "Salvation to our God, which sitteth upon the throne, unto the Lamb." Okay, so they're already all in agreement with each other, making a universal statement. Okay, just wanted to point that out. And all the angels stood round about the throne. So unless you can find a topic change right now, these are those angels, and it's about to say that they must be angels. Stood around about the throne and about the elders and the four beasts, which is chapter 4, and fell before the throne on their faces and worshiped God. Okay, so they're worshipers, right? And this is what they say: Amen, blessing, wisdom, thanksgiving, honor, power, might unto God forever and ever. And the elders answered, saying essentially, yes. And what are these which are arrayed in white robes? Okay, so John at this point doesn't know. He's being asked a question by the one who's presenting all of this to him. "Sir, thou knowest." And he said to me, "These are they which came out of the great tribulation, and have," past tense, "washed their robes and made them white in the blood of the Lamb." We all know those code words. They went through end times accepting Christ, past tense. We're good? It's past tense?
Mhm.
That's perfect.
Past perfect? Okay,
Yeah.
I'm not that good. All right. It's past perfect, which means this has already happened to them.
It is a thing that was leading up until this, yeah.
Okay. So, therefore are they before the throne of God, serve him day and night in his temple. That would mean heaven, yeah. Okay, they're already the heavenly beings. And he that sitteth on the throne shall dwell among them. And in a continuous idea, continues to dwell among them. So, my contention is that the Christians seem to lack definition of what an angel is, but I think it's right here and plain. Those who are already ascended, dressed in white, innumerable, worship God and have been right up to the present perfect tense, right? Thereby, and how they did that was they went through end times and accepted the Lamb. This earth has not been through end times, and everyone has not accepted the Lamb.
Nope.
You with me?
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay, so what kind of an animal does this? A human does this. A human goes through end times accepting Christ and then goes and live in heaven. These are already doing that. It's past tense for them.
Mhm.
And it calls them angels unless you can find a subject change. Angels are people.
Could be.
Okay, that's fair enough.
I agree with could be.
Now,
Yeah,
this
I
is
mean,
the
I can
only
see how you can read it that way.
commentary. This is the only commentary in all of the text that addresses this particular topic. So,
Okay.
okay.
That makes sense then, that I was like raised with the cultural belief that like that the text didn't say, you know, if this is the only especially considering like Jews don't, you know, follow Revelation at all. So that would be, you know, half of
Right
my
on.
upbringing would have been.
Right. So it's obvious we haven't been through end times. So it's simultaneously claiming there have been multiple earths. And they're just people who were on an earth, and they have to subdue the promised land and fill it, just like we're told we will do. Which means, yeah, they bang uglies.
Does this, so is there, obviously I'm assuming there's like some sort of like transformation that goes on, because these right? Because these figures are standing and they're wearing robes and like
Right.
they have hands and such. Whereas
Sure.
like when we look at like the other angels in the Bible and stuff, they're like swirling eyes and like they don't necessarily have like if you look at like the physical descriptions of the angels and like
Actually,
most
that's
of the Bible is,
seraphim.
like,
You're describing the seraphim, which are the four beasts around God's throne. That's what you're describing when you use those words. And there's nothing about the eyeballs swirling, but the eyeballs being pairs within.
That is for the seraphim. There's also other. I'm trying to remember what the other depictions of like other angels are as well.
Unless you want to talk about whirlwinds and call whirlwinds angels, then you could do that.
No.
Okay.
Jenna, we were actually just discussing male or female. In Richard's reading frame, there are both. And she said also, or that angel are people. Yes, they are people.
Right. What it says is that when we go through end times and accept Jesus Christ, which is claimed to be universal, then you ascend and you go to the promised land. Then you're to subdue and fill the promised land. That is to be basically empty of your kind. And how we replicate is, through sexual reproduction. And it reads that we don't get, Christians say weird things. I deeply apologize. We don't get an ethereal body. What it says is we get vivified. The body you have gets freed and perfected. It doesn't say a different body. It says a perfected same body, which I don't know where Christians get the stuff they say, but.
Well, I have a couple questions, Richard. So, my first one is: should we take Revelation seriously, considering most people in his own time period considered this particular John to be mad?
Sure. Why should we take it seriously, you mean?
Should we take it seriously?
Well, here's the thing, man. There's no proving the future. Okay? So right now, there's no reason to take this seriously. Now, I'd be making arguments as to whether this is plausible in reality and things like that. Like, could this happen? But of course, it hasn't happened, so there's no reason for you to believe it. However, if the way I'm looking at it is right and I'm describing it efficiently enough, then you'll have a picture in your head, and should you ever see this happen, you would understand it. That's the point at which it becomes true, is when it's actual in reality. It's not true before that.
Yeah, well, I always remember when I was younger and I first left religion, that I would say, if I saw the moon turn to blood, or if I saw wormwood come, or I saw Jesus ascend on a cloud, you'd have to believe that, right? Because, they wrote about it and here it is coming true. Now I'm just like, we got technology, people use that shit just to control you. So I don't know if I don't know, the more sophisticated we get, the more we can pretty much do anything.
What you just said is exactly why I think that we force the hand of God in our technology, in our accomplishments.
My second question is kind of separate from that. It's so if Jesus hasn't come yet, and he, in times it hasn't happened yet, of course, we're still here, then are we still under the old covenant?
Yes, very good. There has been no new covenant. That's right.
So
which is why a reason the Jews are right and the Christians are wrong. That's another reason, yeah.
So it should be as the Jews are today, because the Jews don't follow Levitical law like they should, right?
Well, you can't without a big support team.
Yeah, I mean, you pretty much have to have laws backing you to be able to do it nowadays. Oh.
No, that was good extrapolation.
Interesting.
Good job.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Thank you, Richard.
Yeah, when it's talking about the new covenant, it's like getting rid of all the superstitions and silliness of religions and us just accepting the truth. which is why in the book of Revelation you have this book that was sealed and the Lamb opens it, and you have this other book that's already open. That's the new covenant book, just revelation of truth. Things like, what are black holes? Things like that, things that I'm really interested in learning.
Yeah, black holes kind of fascinate me. I would like to be alive when we kind of start figuring out what is a black hole. Like, what does it actually do? Like, didn't we just see like a star getting eaten by a black hole or something? Didn't we observe it?
We've seen two different things. We saw a nebula get eaten and partially spit back out. That's interesting. And we saw.
Yeah, I remember that too.
Nova. We saw a nova get swallowed up.
Yeah, it's crazy. Our universe is a crazy place, man. It's I don't know. Like I smoke a lot of weed so it could just be the weed, but I've been on this cosmic kick for about a month and a half.
What?
Yeah. Surprise! It's legal here.
Oh,
I'm not
good
breaking the
you.
law.
Oh, I got a card, bro. I get the discount.
Yeah, I we've been legal for recreational for 3 years now. I think I had my card for like 10 years before that. So
Missouri just legalized recreational, which I think is quite interesting because you still can't get an abortion unless you're gonna die within like the next couple hours if you don't. But
Oh yeah, there's a big battle which we should win now because Michigan won we won our state legislature for the first time in like 40 years. It was insane. We kicked ass. But they were Republicans that have been trying to pass a law here that was passed, I don't know, like in the early 1900s, right? They were trying to reenact it that would lock up abortion doctors, like straight up lock them up, like go around and fucking lock up all the abortion doctors. And our governor had to sue them to stop it because they were about to do that shit.
wow.
Dude, oh my God.
Yeah.
We are never going to have good government. Sorry.
Nope. I know it's never going to happen. I'm not even hopeful.
I don't know if it's going to happen in the U.S. Yeah, I mean, I was hopeful for a long time. I finally decided to cut and run. Not that I actually looked into it, and I am going to strongly attempt to keep my voting rights in the U.S. If I'm going to move. But yeah, I do feel like, unfortunately, especially as far as like local government and stuff, that I'm fighting a rising tide. It's not.
The way I look at it, it's only a matter of time. Like, they're winning now. There's been this regression backwards for sure. It's only matter. It's gonna, even right now, like it's gonna take 20 to 30 years to reverse what the Supreme Court just did. But if you look at the younger generations, they're not going to be able to keep doing. Their hate isn't sticking. It'll stick with some of their children, but too many of them we're too diverse for them to keep their hatred alive. So these America's going to get better and better and better, but we're going to go through that dark period first, and that's what we're seeing. We're seeing that old frame of mind rebelling against the progression that we had achieved the 10 years prior.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Yeah, I just don't know if
Absolutely.
I can like sit by and watch it, I guess.
That's why I'm happy to be an introvert.
All right, I got to go. I was thinking about pushing my stream back an hour just so I could hang out. Don't shut the stream. You guys can stay and watch Beck, but I got to go get ready for my stream. So you guys have a good night.
Thanks for coming, Knock. I appreciate you, buddy. See you
I
in a
was
little
gonna
bit.
push it back an hour, but then I'm like, well, no, then I'd be up to like 2 a.m. because this is a long thing I'm watching. So, all right, y'all have a good night.
Good
You
to see
too, buddy. We'll raid you after a while.
Oh yeah,
Peace
yeah.
out.
Oh, I'm muted. I'm asking Knock what he's doing when I'm muted.
It's gone
What
too
were you
late.
trying to ask him?
Well, it's too late now. He's gone.
The moment has passed.
It has passed.
Relish in the harmony of that.
Well, as sad as it is to see, Knock leave, and very sad, and we all love Knock and all the rest of it. But this panel is missing, I think, only 2 people to be a confirmed New Year's Eve party panel,
Maya.
if I'm not mistaken.
Maya, and who's the other one?
Bree.
Sammy. And
Sammy's
Bree.
confirmed now too.
Well, no,
Sammy
no,
was in the chat
no.
almost the whole entire thing until you popped in, Math Pig. He disappeared.
I know.
No,
I know.
he disappeared about 5 minutes before you came in. I'm just teasing.
I know. But yeah, we need Bree and Maya and Sammy, and then we'll have a confirmed. We will have a confirmed party panel.
Right.
You need to get your T-shirt sizes.
I was literally just gonna ask that. I was like, I should ask you guys your T-shirt sizes. Like,
We need T-shirt
while
sizes.
we're here.
We're all going to wear that. You're going to wear this T-shirt with us now, Richard.
Oh, of course.
Oh, he's so happy about
Oh, of
this.
course.
He's so
Oh,
happy.
of course.
about it. Oh.
Okay, let me try again. Oh, of course.
There you go.
Is that better?
Awesome.
Does that sound human? Okay, cool.
Uh-huh.
You guys better make sure we can come first before you start ordering T-shirts for us.
I gotta order T-shirts next week.
Joni's refinancing, and I've got that covered.
Oh, touche.
Me and Richard
buy,
had a
I'll
chat
drive.
the other night, and Richard, I think the words that you used was, "This is coming to be quite emotional and an attachment to me." So yeah, I'm gonna make this happen. Something to that
I'm
phrasing.
really excited that I'm gonna get to see you guys in person.
Yeah, it's
She
gonna take
keeps
us half
talking
day to
about
get
grabbing
there.
your
So.
butt. I don't know what it is about your ass, Richard. She hasn't seen it yet. You're always sitting down.
Don't have one. I don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah.
Just a bunch of bones.
I feel
That's
like
all
that
got.
happens to a lot of dudes over the age of 40. It just falls off.
Actually, I'm kidding.
Maya said medium is her shirt
Medium?
size.
Okay, gray or black?
Ooh.
How could it be
question.
medium, Maya? You're so tiny. Oh, never mind. Never mind. I probably know why. Never mind. Yeah, I'm not saying anything, Mathix. I don't want to embarrass her.
Ladies have boobies. All right, ladies have boobies. It's okay to have boobies.
She said, I like my boobs. I don't want it to be flat. And I was like, me too. Both of them.
The party is in St. Louis, Missouri, because it is the closest big city to where Minnow lives. I am going to go and spend a week with Minnow, 11 days actually.
11
And
days.
the last 2 days of the last 3 days is New Year's Eve. We're going over for Christmas and New Year's Eve, and it's just turned into a thing.
When do you get on a plane to go back? What date is that?
Oh, I go back
Goes
in the
back to the
second.
The second?
But
Yeah.
we're gonna get a
So-
little alone time,
Yeah, no, that's good. Yeah,
after
yeah.
everybody
So
leaves before we go
on
back.
the second at approximately 6 p.m., you'll get a Dear John letter. No, I'm kidding.
He laughed, but I saw the idea of that.
I laughed because I only know Dear John letters and don't know because I'm not American. I just know it's a bad thing. Laugh and giggle because they're not serious. That's
No, Dear John letters are the what the person writes to the other person to say goodbye. You're done. I'm
I
out.
figured that. Yeah, through context,
Yeah.
I figured that. Right.
Yeah,
That there you go. I've even created this.
I believe
Well, this
that
isn't
came
for
from
the
like
part-
wartime when the women started like ditching men while they were away to war, wasn't it? Isn't that how
Yeah,
that
it
started?
was. They would write because it was very common for women to be like, "Oh yeah, I'll wait for you," and then especially World War II, there was a high mortality rate. A lot of times it was just to boost their ego or whatever. They might even had a boyfriend on the side at the time, and it was if it was going on for several months or whatever, and then they were like, okay, no, I really do have a life that I
Provided the plane is
Yeah.
not
that was
late.
the Dear John, I'm gonna marry somebody else, basically.
Provided
Yeah,
the plane is
exactly.
not late or held back, that is the exact time until my flight lands.
Oh, I can't do that math, bro.
28 days.
I'm kidding.
There's no math.
You just read it.
There's no math.
Friday the
It says
23rd of
today.
December
There you
at 8:35 p.m. in St. Louis.
Mhm.
I didn't
Yeah.
see the small print. Sorry.
Oh no, that's actually wrong. No, it is right. No, it is. I start on Thursday. It's no. Is that not wrong?
I
It
think
doesn't
we start
sound
on
like enough
Thursday.
time to me.
No, I
What?
think
That's
I arrive
only-
on the Thursday. Have we not?
Do
No,
you
that's
arrive
11
on a
days.
Thursday?
No, that's That's 11
I
days.
arrived on Thursday night at 25 to 9.
Or 8:35, however you want to say it.
I leave here at 12:30, and it's a 15-hour flight, and you're 5 hours behind me, so that's like 10 hours.
I don't work on Thursday or Friday, so either way.
Some of them days I will be arriving in America.
Gary said, I didn't know minnow could fly. You would be surprised what little minnows can do.
I've
Magic
seen them
minnow.
fish with wings.
Yep. There are minnow flying fish. It's a fact.
Oh, the
Alright.
color of the t-shirt. You want a black one? Okay.
Yep.
What are the main colors of what's going on it? Maybe that would help.
Everybody gets a choice of 2 colors, and then, you know.
It's white.
I mean, are the main colors on it like white or light
White.
blue or white?
White.
You get black or white.
One color.
Don't get white. Anybody?
One color print.
So everybody has the choice of gray or black shirt with white print on it.
Oh.
It's gonna be white print on it. Either way.
Oh, I thought it was
Okay.
black shirt with white or white shirt with black. Did it work out cheaper this way?
It's cheaper this way, yeah.
Okay. I still get my
Gray.
red one and be special. I still want my red one to be special.
I'm
Gray-
doing a
gray
special
medium.
order. Yours is gonna be
I'm
$3
fucking flying
more.
across the world. I want the one color for me and me alone. Yes.
Yours is gonna be $3 more.
I will give you the $3. You can take it out of my ass.
I actually already have it on here, and the color it says red in all caps.
Good.
Ox
You
says,
guys are
sounds like a
cute.
funny horror movie. An Irishman in Missouri, The Nightmare Begins.
I mean,
This is
I
the
do want to
crack,
like
though, right?
introduce
With
you to my
since
next
they-
door neighbor.
right,
I live in the
since they
sticks.
took down the COVID restrictions, right? What they also took down when I went 10 years ago is you had to have a travel visa. You do not need a travel visa now, which you can get as a travel visa waiver or whatever the fuck it is. But it falls to the man at the fucking whenever I come into America. And if he don't like the look of me, he can get rid of me. And
Yeah, that's why I'm like, just don't be weird. Like whatever you do, Robbie, just
don't be me.
Be weird.
Don't be me.
Just, really,
For like
really,
5
here's the
minutes.
key. Here's the key, really. When you go through customs, and I learned this because I've been through customs like 4 times now. When you go through, you just don't say shit. Just shut up, hand them the stuff. They'll say, go ahead, and you say, thank you, sir or ma'am. Just don't say shit. Don't
Generally
cuss.
just act.
Don't joke around with them. They don't think it's funny.
Don't try to joke around.
Straight faced, listen to what they say, hand them the stuff, tell them thank you, have a nice day. That's the
It's
best
generally
way-
the
best way
same
to
as
deal
how
with
you
us.
look cool at a hip bar. You just act bored.
Oh no! I talk to everybody and make jokes and yeah.
No.
don't-
Just act bored.
Hi.
Here's the
I'm
stuff.
busy.
Yeah.
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 Boring. My
I used
laptop.
to
Like
always
you just
get,
did it yesterday.
Well,
STLox is the name of the airport.
STL is the code. The name of the airport is Lambert International.
Okay, semantics, but yeah.
I didn't know if he asked what the name of that library
Back-
or what the
back
name of the
kick minnow.
airport was or what the
Kick
code
minnow.
was.
Kick minnow. Kick.
You can Dear John letter before you take off.
Oh. Anyway, right. Here's the crack. People are asking questions. We have.
Oh.
Let me see if I can find.
I don't have this up where I can see the chat. Sorry.
Hold on. I'll find all the details here now, darling. You relax.
I've got all the details. I just didn't see the people asking questions. I'm sorry because I was not being good. We are having a New Year's Math Minopalooza
There's a picture.
And-
Hold on. There's
in downtown St. Louis, Missouri. I think we're like, you know what? It's wintertime. I was going to say it's walking distance from the arch. No, you don't want to walk because it's the wintertime.
right. There's this. This is the thing.
Oh my gosh. It's got
So-
tickets and everything.
Yeah, £70 for a ticket. Now them £70 tickets. I think there is technically only 1 or 2 left because it's not actually anything like Faithless Forum or anything like Better or anything like that. Me and Minnow and a couple of us have booked a place that can hold a decent amount of people. It's a really, really nice place. Think Elton John in the 70s crossed with like a load of coke or something. It's all zebras and pink and loads of. It's called Pink Paradise. It's wonderful. It looks class. There's a group of us going there. Now, the tickets at £70, they include the accommodation, the food on the Friday night, the food on the Saturday night, which is probably going to be picking food because it's New Year's Eve. Everybody's going to be drinking. It includes a trip to the museum. It includes a T-shirt, free pickup to and from the airport or the train station. I think I've covered everything. Yeah.
Yeah, food for like the whole time. So
Yeah.
basically, yeah.
So I will show you the lovely place, Ox. It is very, very good.
Nobody is allowed to be nude because since like we are inviting people, technically we're a party in St. Louis and you have to have your genitals covered below the waist.
Yes, we did check. Must be no genitals showing. You can wear a G-string, but genitals must be covered. But the New Year's Eve party. The New Year's Eve party is fancy dress.
It's a fancy dress party.
Fancy dress can be you coming in a fucking Chewbacca suit, or it can be you coming in a fucking tailor-made suit at £1,000. You know, me and Minnow's going like a 1920 sort of style thing and all. And I want suspenders.
If you just want to come for like the party and like the museum, and you have a place that you can crash in St. Louis, we can do it $35.
Yes.
I don't think that you put it on there. I tried to put that in most places, but yeah, for like to do all of the stuff and get the T-shirt and like do all of the junk, because I am getting like group rate on the museum tickets and everything. So
the more people come, the better. You know.
But yeah, so it's normally like $25 for a city museum ticket anyway, but we do ticket, T-shirt, food, and everything for $35. So because I'm getting the group rates. So.
Yeah. Because there's a group of us, you can jump in. So if you can't, you know, if you're after the 10 that's confirmed to stay with us, you can still come fucking sleep on a park bench. 35 quid. You know, you can come to the museum and get a pizza slice and a T-shirt. Come on.
More than a slice. We're going to get like several pizzas. Like it's going to be a good old pizza party.
Yeah, proper pizza party. Proper pizza party. Right, put me down.
Alcohol is not included, but there will be opportunities for you guys to get alcohol. There are 3 places at the City Museum that you can buy alcohol there. Also, I can run people to the liquor store, as well as we'll probably do a dedicated alcohol run before we get the party going on New Year's Eve. So,
if I can find pictures of this place, there we go. Right.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can do this without showing the address.
You can't see the address from there. So
yeah, I know, but I don't want people to be like, right, this is the place that we have booked. If Beck can do his thing. There we go. So as you can see, it's not a shithole. It's not like a cardboard box covered in plastic or anything like that. You know. It's a decent looking place. It's all nice and fancy. And, you know, as I say, it's decent enough. It's a good wee spot. Let me see if I can confirm this right, though. Maya has confirmed a bed. Maya's getting an actual bed because she's getting there and confirmed. Yeah, yeah. There's one more bed spot left. Yes.
Minnow is not cooking for everyone. Thank goodness, Ox. I'm mostly just going to be ordering food for everyone.
Yeah.
Because, yeah.
It looks like a nice place, you know?
Y'all know my cooking.
A lovely place. Look at that there. Look at these wee things.
Yeah, there's a washer dryer in case people barf. No barfing, please.
Live for now.
Barfer.
I can see Richard preaching from the bathroom going, be the light, peace and respect. You know, it's going to be some mad weekend.
Good times. Good times. It is going to be a mad weekend.
It's a nice place. It's centralized. It's not too far of a walk from the museum, if I think we're right on that and all. So, yeah. Definitely. If you've got a spare 70 quid and you can start thumbing a lift now, you've got a month. Okay? A month. It would be nice to see Beck or to see Gur. It would also be nice to meet Ox and have fisticuffs with Ox. I think me and Ox would probably bond better after some fisticuffs. Get it out of our system.
I was gonna say fisticuffs and a couple of glasses of wine, but I don't know if Ox drinks.
Oh no. There'll be fisticuffs, right? We'll start it with fisticuffs in the living room. Then you'll be pushing us outside because people will be having a party. You'll come back half an hour later, and me and Ox will be making snow angels in the garden. That's what will be happening.
Sounds like a good plan.
I could see it happening.
You don't need to get me that drunk to run naked down the middle of the city. Never mind the fucking mathkini. I'll do it naked.
I was gonna say it's kind of cold though. Like it's gonna be cold.
I'm lucky enough to be blessed, so even when it's cold, I look normal. So I'll streak down through that snow. I'm happy enough. Like.
I just
Somebody
meant, like,
save
as
me
far
here.
as comfort.
Pardon?
I was just saying as far as comfort, but okay.
Frostbite. That's the only thing I'm worried about, you know.
Oh my gosh, did you guys hear about that nurse? Robbie said no, he hadn't heard about this, but there was a nurse that got fired for amputating a dude's foot without permission.
Without permission or by mistake?
Without permission. It was not a mistake. She intended to do it. He had like frostbite on the foot and was like in treatment in the hospital, and it was like a rehab facility where, like, I'm assuming that he wasn't like in critical care, but he had fallen and there like wasn't heat, and wherever his foot was, he got frostbite on the foot and it was necrotic and whatever. And yes, exactly, Gur. That foot there is mine. She cut off the necrotic foot, put it in the freezer so that she could take it home and taxidermy it because she wanted to put it up at her family's taxidermy shop with a little sign that says, "Wear your boots, kids." And yeah, and they noticed that it was like missing from the freezer, and like she got questioned about it.
So it was amputated
fired.
deliberately, but she stole it.
Yeah, she cut it off and took it. She cut off the dude's foot and took it.
Yes, but it was medically supposed to be cut off.
Well, no, there were no orders for it. And that's like the weird thing is like the medical people are like, oh yeah, like she didn't have proper orders and she didn't do like the proper paperwork for that. So like, it's
But that was going to happen either way.
It's a nurse. A nurse does not go like amputating things. Like that's not like that's what a surgeon is like does. Like that's not. Like,
There's a story like my hospital where I grew up is called Daisy Hill, right?
okay.
And people call it Crazy Hill because it's had a few mistakes and made a few incidences, and there was one where a
Were they
wee
calling
lad
somebody
fell out of a
by
tree or
accident?
something like that, and he broke his leg. You know, whatever the crack was, he broke his leg. And the mum's up talking to the doctor and sorting, and the nurse is like, right, we'll take you down, we'll put your leg in cast. No, after they've done the x-rays and all that crack. And she took him down and casted the wrong leg, and the wee lad was that embarrassed he didn't say anything until he came back up again, and the mother seen it, and it was like, you casted the wrong leg. Casted the wrong leg. And then I went in to get my surgery on my hand, and when I'm going down, they have a fucking black permanent marker arrow on my wrist, and I'm lying there on the fucking operating theater on the bed thing in the elevator going down. She sees it and she goes, "Are you sure it's your right hand that's getting surgery?" Yes. And she's like, "Oh, I have it set up for left." And I said, "We need to change that. You know, you need to sort that shit out." You know.
I mean, anytime that I've like gone in for surgery for like that kind of thing, they will literally mark like on the other arm, like with a big X, like not this one, it's this one.
I mean, I'm all for playing it safe, but does it get that confusing?
Mom,
I mean, there have been instances of that where like people have gotten like the wrong limb amputated and stuff. Yeah.
They x-rayed my hand and told me I was fine, and then rang me back up again 5 weeks later and went, "You wouldn't come back up again so we can just check that?" And they were like, "Yeah, we made a mistake. Yeah, that's pulled apart now, and we may need to put a screw in there. Please don't sue us. Yeah, let's talk about this."
You're having me you're giving me such faith in like the medical system.
Oh no, they're closing down Crazy Hill and sending everyone to Craigavon. And where I live now, Craigavon's actually closer. They just got a load of money. No, the rest, yeah. Craigavon's a good
Money
home.
fixes everything. Not.
Yeah, the A&E in Craigavon is disastrous, but apart from that, it covers a big area. Craigavon's a city. That's why I like Crazy Hill. It's a little small
Ambulance
hospital.
emergency.
People make mistakes. That's okay. You only had to wait a half hour instead of 8. You know, maybe missing a finger when you come out.
I mean, I do bitch about the American medical system a lot, but like this is not giving me a lot of faith in the
18
UK
hours.
medical system.
18 hours when I get kicked between the legs and my balls swelled till about.
Okay, but you are dying.
Huh?
To me, it's like, what is the
Richard's
wait time
getting
like
very
when you're
bored here.
dying? Right? Like, if you're like bleeding out, do you have a wait when you're bleeding out, or do they get you
Oh
right
God,
in?
no.
Okay.
Oh no. You go in, and within 15 minutes of you being there, the way it is now is you have to ring them on the way in. So you ring them on the way in and you go, "I'm coming in." So they go, "Right, dead on. We're going to give you an appointment for the next 20 minutes because there's an awful lot of people in A&E. That's the way they do it. If you don't ring up, you don't get an appointment. You need to ring them and let them know. That will get you straight into triage. When you're triaged, they will make a decision. You're going to die. Send them out the back. Or you're just losing a bit of blood, you're grand. Go wait out there. And then they have another wee hut where it's just for sewing you up and doing stitches and shit like that. And if that can just be done and fuck you off, then you go a different route.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, what if I like?
Oh,
Okay.
it was just very busy that night. I got kicked in the nuts.
Oh, apparently Richard is the only one here who isn't getting bored. We're being boring, Robbie.
Grr. I don't know what he's talking about. Most people are bored in his streams. Grr's like
I'm not saying anything.
you watch Grr's streams because it's not like it's entertaining. You just want to see what happens next. You're bored for 90% of the time. It's just that anticipation, or is there something going to happen?
Oh, Beck says
Well,
that he
I
I
Richard
can
understands
tell
it.
you what I understand. Not a word you guys are saying. I'm losing my internet. So if you guys can hear me, I love you all. I'm ending it.
going to
Rage
Richard's.
is live right now. He just went live 5 minutes ago. So if you can hear me, go enjoy his stream, and maybe we can all go over there. Love you guys.
See you guys soon. Maya, see you soon. Bye, guys.